You, Dr. Azrin.
Yeah, Alhamdulillah, I'm doing fine. Thank you, Yunita.
Zainuddin, Ph.D, AMM, Department of Business and Accounting, Faculty of Entrepreneurship and Business, University Malaysia, Kelantan.
Ibu Dr. Siti Afiqah binti Zainuddin Ph.D. AMM, Departemen Bisnis dan Akuntansi, Fakultas Entrepreneur dan Bisnis, Universitas Malaysia, Kelantan.
Mr. Dr. Muhammad Hairul Azrin Haji Besar, Director of the Sultan Omar Ali Saifuddin Center for Islamic Studies, Brunei Darussalam University.
Bapak Dr. Muhammad Hairul Azrin Haji Besar, Direktur Sultan Omar Ali Saifuddin Center for Islamic Studies, Universitas Brunei Darussalam.
Associate Professor Muttanachai Suttipun, Ph.D., Accounting Lecturer, Faculty of Management Sciences, Prince of Sangkla University.
Profesor Rekanan Muttanachai Suttipun Ph.D., Dosen Akuntansi, Fakultas Ilmu Manajemen, Universitas Pangeran Songkla.
The Honorable Lecturers of Economic and Business, Fakulti Mulawarman University.
Yang kami hormati, para dosen Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Mulawarman.
The Honorable Head of Himpunan Mahasiswa Jurusan Akuntansi 2024, Akmal Sakif Putra Jarkasi.
Yang kami hormati, Ketua Umum Himpunan Mahasiswa Jurusan Akuntansi 2024, Akmal Sakif Putra Jarkasi.
The Honorable Head of Mulawarman Accounting Event 2024, Arthur Wallace Nicholas.
Yang kami hormati, Ketua Panitia Mulawarman Accounting Event 2024, Arthur Wallace Nicholas.
The Honorable Mulawarman Accounting Events Committee and all of the participants of International Conference 2024 that we proud of.
Dan Panitia Mulawarman Accounting Event serta seluruh peserta International Conference 2024 yang kami hormati.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Good morning and best wishes to all of us.
Selamat pagi dan salam sejahtera untuk kita semua.
Introduce us, Reva Nurliani and my partner,
Keynote Zikri,
as Master of Ceremony and on behalf of the committee. Welcome to the International Conference Mulawarman Accounting Event 2024 with the theme Sustainable Accounting, Strengthening Foundations Towards Systemic Change, Achieving Sustainable Development Goals SDGs. By saying Alhamdulillah, let us send gratitude to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Because of His blessing and kindness, we are able to come here in good health.
Dengan mengucap syukur Alhamdulillah, marilah kita bersama-sama berterima kasih kepada Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, karena dengan rahmat-Nya lah kita semua dapat hadir di tempat ini dalam keadaan sehat walafiat.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, to begin our event today, let us begin with a collective recitation of Basmalah.
Hadirin semua, mari kita buka acara ini dengan mengucapkan basmalah.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. First of all, please allow me to read the agenda for today's event.
Pertama-tama, saya akan membacakan susunan acara pada hari ini.
The first, opening.
Yang pertama, pembukaan.
Second, singing the national anthem, Indonesia Raya.
Dilanjutkan dengan acara yang kedua, yaitu menyanyikan lagu Indonesia Raya.
Third, singing the Unmul March.
Ketiga, menyanyikan Mars Unmul.
Fourth, recitation of dua.
Keempat, pembacaan doa.
Fifth, opening remarks.
Kelima, sambutan-sambutan.
Sixth, the handover of placard.
Keenam, penyerahan plakat.
Seven, the local dance performance.
Ketujuh, penampilan tari daerah.
Eight, discussion of materials by speakers.
Kedelapan, penyampaian materi dari para pemateri.
Nine, door prize distribution.
Kesembilan, pembagian door prize.
10, documentation session.
Kesepuluh, sesi dokumentasi.
And lastly, closing.
Dan yang terakhir, penutup.
We do not forget to say thank you to our sponsor who have supported this event.
Tak lupa kami ucapkan terima kasih kepada para sponsor yang telah mendukung acara ini, yaitu
PT Badak LNG,
Toko ITA,
Dinas Sosial dan Pemberdayaan Masyarakat Kota Samarinda. The following agenda, singing National Anthem Indonesia Raya, continue with March of Unmul. All guests are kindly requested to stand up and who are on Zoom are expected to be able to sit straight up.
Acara berikutnya menyanyikan lagu Indonesia Raya, dilanjutkan dengan Mars Unmul. Hadirin dimohon berdiri dan peserta yang berada di Zoom diharapkan untuk dapat duduk tegak.
Universitas Mulawarman, langkah ke masa depan. Ilmu di dada, agama di jiwa, berasas Pancasila. Universitas Mulawarman, harmoni kehidupan. Universitas Mulawarman, tonggak sejati nusa bangsa. Universitas Mulawarman.
and gentlemen, please return to your seat.
Hadirin dipersilakan duduk kembali.
The next agenda, recitation of dua that will be led by Muhammad Zaidan Zidna Zaina.
Acara selanjutnya, pembacaan doa yang akan dipimpin oleh Muhammad Zaidan Zidna Zain. Kepada Muhammad Zaidan, dipersilakan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Before we begin our activities this morning, let us come together and pray according to our respective beliefs. For those who are Muslim, prayer will be led by me. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah. Sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi. In the Mulawarman Accounting Event International Conference today. Ya Allah, grant us strength, health and safety so that no obstacle hinder us until the completion of international conference today. Ya Allah, make this international conference a moment to improve our knowledge and our abilities. Make all our participants who participate today conference become people who can be the hope, the pride and the future leaders of our nation. Ya Allah, the forgiver, forgive our sins and regrets, the mistake of our leaders and those who came before us. Ya Allah, with all your greatness and magnificence, we never cease to praise and thank you for the blessing and the mercy you continually bestow upon us. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina azabannar. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamu alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Next agenda, we are going to listen to the opening remarks.
Acara berikutnya, kita akan mendengar sambutan pembukaan.
The first greeting is from the head of Mulawarman Accounting Events 2024, Arthur Wallace Nicholas.
Sambutan pertama oleh Ketua Panitia Mulawarman Accounting Event 2024 kepada Saudara Arthur Wallace Nicholas, dipersilakan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and good morning. Peace be upon to all of us who are present at this event. First of all, allow me to welcome the officials of Mulawarman University who are present in this place. The Honorable Vice Dean for Student Affairs and alumni of the Faculty of Economics and Business, Mulawarman University, Mr. Rian Hilmawan, S.A., M.A., Ph.D. The Honorable Head of the Accounting Major, Ms. Dr. Wulan Ihik Ratnasari, S.A., M.Sc, CMA, CSP. The Honorable Ms. Dr. Fibriani Nur Hairin, S.A., AK, M.Sa, CA, CSP, as the Head of the Program Bachelor's Degree in Accounting. And the Honorable Ms. Dr. Lady Setiawaty, S.A., M.Sc, as the Head of the Program Master of Accounting and all of the staff. The Honorable Head of the Management Major, Ms. Dr. Saida Zainur Salamia, S.A., M.Sc, and all of the staff. The Honorable Head of the Economy Major, Dr. Julian Sahroy, S.A., M.Sc, and all of the staff. And then also the Honorable Ms. Dr. Agus Setiawaty, S.A., M.Sc, AK, CA, CSRS, as accounting lecturer from Faculty of Economic and Business, Mulawarman University. The Honorable Miss Dr. Siti Afiqah Binti Zainuddin, Ph.D. as a senior lecturer, Department of Business and Accounting, Faculty of Entrepreneurship and Business, University Malaysia, Kelantan. The Honorable Dr. Muhammad Hairul Azrin Haji Besar, Director of Omar Ali Saifuddin Center for Islamic Studies of University Brunei Darussalam. The Honorable Mr. Muttanachai Suttipun, Ph.D., Associate Professor Faculty of Management Science, Prince of Songkhla University, Thailand, who gonna be our speakers for today's conference. And then also our moderators, the Honorable Mr. Abadan Syakura, SA, M.Sc, AK, CSRS, as accounting lecturer from Faculty of Economic and Business. And also who gonna be our moderator for today's conference. And the most proud and honored for all the hard work and contribution for today's conference, our steering committee members and also accounting lecturers, Miss Dr. Yana Ulfa, SA, M.Sc, AK, CA, CSRS, Miss Yunita Fitria, SA, M.Sc, Miss Ferry Dianti, SA, MSA, AK, CA, CSRS, and the last one is Miss Mega Norsita, SA, MACC, AK, CA, CSRS, CSRA, CBV. And all of my friends who have been worked so hard for this conference, Cindy, Ratunisa, Arfain, Abel, Muna, Fani, Satrio, Tareta, Nadia Agustina, Milky, Indah, Zaidan, Ismi, Asfa, and all of their members. I don't have much to say after my opening remarks. The main thing that I want to emphasize again to all of you is that this conference has a mandate of accounting, but we have a reason why it is open to the public. In the sub-themes that we will be discussed later by the speaker, we will see how the process of corporate responsibility and sustainability, and then how technology can improve the accuracy of information relevance in obtaining accounting information that has a good impact on the environment, and how green accounting works to realize a better environment. We deliberately choose this theme so that the attendees who come are universal and diverse and are interested in sharing information and brainstorming about the environment, law, and corporate social responsibility, so that we can provide information to each other. For the last speech of mine, please allow me to speak it with Indonesia. Berjaya selalu Universitas Mulawarman, berjaya selalu Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis, dan tentunya berjaya selalu untuk kita semua yang hadir di acara ini. Semoga kita diberkati dengan ilmu yang banyak setelah menghadiri acara ini. Terima kasih untuk hadirin yang telah hadir di tempat ini. Semoga bisa membersamai dengan kami sampai akhir. Sekian, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam, Om Santi Santi Om, Namo Buddhaya, Rahayu, Astungkara.
Thank you very much for the greeting.
Terima kasih atas sambutannya.
Next greeting is from Head of Himpunan Mahasiswa Jurusan Akuntansi 2024, Akmal Sakif Putra Jarkasi.
Kemudian, sambutan dari Ketua Umum HMJ Akuntansi 2024 kepada Saudara Akmal Sakif Putra Jarkasi, dipersilakan.
Oke, tes. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Honorable Dean of the Faculty Economic and Business, Mulawarman University, Mr. Dr. Zainuddin SMM, Honorable Vice Dean for Academic Affairs, Mrs. Dr. Tetra Hidayati, M.Sc, Honorable Vice Dean for Finance, Dwi Risma Devianti, M.Sc AKCA CSRS, Honorable Chairman of the Accounting Department, Faculty of Economic and Business, Mulawarman University, Dr. Wulan Ratnasari, M.Sc CMA CSP, Honorable Vice Dean for Student Affairs and Alumni, Mr. Rian Hilmawan, SME Ph.D., Honorable Secretary of the Accounting Department, Faculty of Economic and Business, Mulawarman University, Dr. Agus Setiawaty, M.Sc AKCA CSRS, who will also be the speaker on our agenda today. The Honorable Coordinator of the Bachelor Accounting Study Program, Dr. Fibriani Nurhairin, as a M.Sc AKCA CSP. Honorable Coordinator of the Master of Accounting Study Program, Dr. Lady Setiawaty, as a M.Sc. Honorable Chairman of Department of Management, Faculty of Economic and Business, Mulawarman University, Dr. Saida Zainuro Salamia, ZA, SE, M.Sc, and all the staff. Honorable Lecturer of the Faculty of Economic and Business, Mulawarman University, who have taken the time to come, and honorable presenters on this agenda. The first from Indonesia is Dr. Agus Setiawaty, as a M.Sc, AKCA CSRS, as Accounting Lecturer, Faculty of Economy and Business, Mulawarman University, Indonesia. Next from Malaysia is Dr. Siti Afiqah Binti Zainuddin, Ph.D, AMM, as Senior Lecturer, Department of Business and Accounting, Faculty of Entrepreneurship and Business, University of Malaysia, Kelantan. Then from Brunei Darussalam, Mr. Dr. Mohd Hairul Azrin Haji Besar, as Director of the Sultan Omar Ali Saifuddin Islamic Study Center at University of Brunei Darussalam. And finally, our speaker from Thailand, Associate Professor Mr. Muttanachai, Suttipun, Ph.D. as Accounting Lecturer, Faculty of Management Sciences, Prince of Songkhla University, Songkhla, Thailand. And there is also a moderator who will accompany the event this time, Mr. Muhammad Abadan Syakura, as a M.Sc AKCSRS. Not forgetting the invited guests, fellow students, and the organizing committee that I'm proud of. Today, IMJ Accountancy organized the Mulawarman Accounting Event agenda, which one of them is the International Conference in 2024. We carry the theme Sustainable Accounting, Strengthening Foundation Towards Systemic Change in Achieving Sustainable Development Goals, which is where the biggest challenge of the sustainability development goals is inequality. Social and economic inequality, only that, but also including existing poverty, infrastructure. I hope that our agenda this time can give us an idea how to implement it and also effectively. Of course, this challenge requires synergy from the government and the community itself. I would like to thank you very much, especially for the committee who have worked hard to spare time and mentality from the beginning of this committee being formed until now. I can say, if there is any shortcomings in my work or action, I apologize, and thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much for the greeting.
Terima kasih atas sambutannya.
The next greeting is from Head of the Accounting Major, Mrs. Dr. Wulan Iyik Ratnasari, SE, M.Sc, CSP.
Sambutan selanjutnya oleh Ketua Jurusan Akuntansi, Ibu Wulan Iyik Ratnasari, SE, M.Sc, CSP. Kepada Ibu Wulan, disilakan.
Okay, thank you Reva and Nova. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Accounting Department, Faculty of Economics and Business, Mulawarman University, please allow me to welcome all the conference speakers and participants, both online and offline today. We have 4 invited speakers who will share their expertise in the field of sustainability, especially regarding accounting in the broadest sense. For the 4 excellent speakers for this Mulawarman Accounting Event and the International Conference in 2024, and I would like to extend a very warm welcome to the Honorable Dean of the Faculty of Economics and Business, Mulawarman University, Dr. Zainuddin, who is currently represented by the Vice Dean for Students, Alumni, and Collaboration Affairs, Mr. Rian Hilmawan, Ph.D., and also the four honorable invited speaker. We have Dr. Siti, Afiqah, Binti from the Department of Business and Accounting, Faculty of Entrepreneurship and Business, University Malaysia, Kelantan. Thank you for your support and time in attending this conference, Dr. Siti, Afiqah. And the second invited speaker is Dr. Mohd Hairul Azrin bin Besar from the School of Business and Economics, University Brunei Darussalam. And Dr. Azrin, I'm grateful for your support in this conference as well as previous conferences. And then the third speaker is Associate Professor Muttanachai Suttipun, Ph.D. from the Faculty of Management Science, Prince of Songkla University, Thailand. It's an honor to have you at this conference, Professor Muttanachai. And then the last speaker is Dr. Agus Setiawaty from the Accounting Department of the Faculty of Economics and Business, Mulawarman University. I thank you for your willingness to this conference, Ibu Agus. And then also the honorable heads of departments, the secretary departments, the coordinator of study programs, and the lecturers. And also the honorable all students and participants in this event, both online, also more than 100, and then offline, I heard more than 200, overall, more than 300 participants. That's a huge number, and that's congratulations to the my committee. And then today, all honorable invited speakers will share their knowledge and experiences of sustainable accounting, strengthening foundation towards systemic change in achieving sustainable development goals or SDGs. I think this theme is in line with the vision of Mulawarman University, which is to become an international standard university by participating in the nation development through education, research, and community services based on natural resources, in particular the tropical rainforest and its environment. I believe this international conference is one of many efforts to make the vision come true. And this is also in line as well with the accounting department vision study program of accounting, both bachelor and master degree is an excellent study program for three pillars of higher education in sustainability accounting. And hopefully we all can significantly make more contribution to the nation's advancement in the not too distant future. And finally, my special thanks go to the sponsor, moderator, and student committee of Himpunan Mahasiswa Jurusan Akuntansi, who have worked hard to prepare for this conference annually. So the student organize and prepare everything for this Mulawarman Accounting Event. And I will congratulate all of the students, accounting students especially. And once again, thank you for being here. Welcome and enjoy the conference. I think that's all from me. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much for the greeting.
Terima kasih kami ucapkan atas sambutannya.
And then the last greeting is from Dean of Economic and Business Faculty of Mulawarman University, which today will be presented by the Vice Dean of Students and Alumni Affairs, Mr. Rian Hilmawan, S.A. M.A. Ph.D., and also opens the Mulawarman Accounting Event 2024.
Sambutan terakhir oleh Dekan Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Mulawarman dan sekaligus membuka acara Mulawarman Accounting Event 2024 yang mana dalam kesempatan ini diwakilkan oleh Wakil Dekan Bidang Kemahasiswaan dan Alumni kepada Bapak Rian Hilmawan S.A.M.A. Ph.D. dipersilakan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace be upon us. The Honorable Dean, Vice Dean and officials of Faculty of Economics and Business, Mulawarman University. I think I have seen Ibu Netra Hidayati as the Dean of Academic Affairs from Faculty of Economics and Business. And also Honorable Head of Accounting Department, Ibu Wulan, Dr. Wulan, that is just giving welcoming remark as well. And Coordinator of Study Program, Ibu Dr. Fibri, and Ibu Agus as a Secretary of Accounting Department, Head of Department of Economics, Dr. Julian Saroy, Bapak Moderator for this international conference, for the panel speakers, Bapak Abadan Abadan Syakura, and also the Ketua of Student Organization of Accounting, Akmal, and also the organizing committee, and of course the Honorable management official from Faculty of Economic and Business, Mulawarman University, or maybe guests that also come to this event. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished speakers, and fellow participants, good morning. It is very wonderful to invite here to see you at this international conference as a part of Mulawarman Accounting Event. I think this is the second or twice, or maybe the third international conference organized from the student, from the accounting department. My name is Rian Hilmawan, and an accounting event organized by Faculty of Economics and Business at Mulawarman University. And today we gather under the inspiring theme or topic of sustainable accounting, strengthening foundation towards systemic change in achieving sustainable development goals, or SDGs. As we embark on this journey of knowledge exchange and collaboration, we acknowledge the critical role that sustainable accounting plays in our collective effort to achieve the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. And of course, maybe most of you know that this goal represents the universal call to action aimed to ending poverty, protecting the planet, and also ensuring prosperity for all. And in this context, Indonesia and the Southeast Asian region stand at the unique crossroad of opportunity and challenge. Indonesia, as maybe you know, with the reach of natural resources and our diverse culture, has played a vital role in the global sustainability narrative. Our nation's commitment to the SDGs is not just a matter of policy, it is a reflection of our cultural values and our aspiration for a more equitable future. As we strive to meet these ambitious goals, we must consider the integral role of sustainable accounting practice in fostering transparency, accountability, and also the ethical governance. Today we gather here at the Mulawarman University, and as you know, the Mulawarman University is located in East Kalimantan Province. Soon will be the Indonesia capital of Indonesia, and we recognize the significance of our location in this 2024. So this region is poised to be a beacon of sustainable development, I think, in the future, and balancing economic growth with environmental stewardship. It is also a living laboratory for innovative practice that can serve as models for other regions, both within Indonesia and also beyond. We are honored to welcome our distinguished speakers. And please join me in extending a warm welcome to the first speaker from Indonesia, Dr. Agus Setiawaty from Mulawarman University. The second guest speaker that we have today is Dr. Siti Afiqah Binti Zainuddin from the University Malaysia Kelantan. The third speaker is Dr. Muhammad Hairul Azrin Haji Besar from the University of Brunei Darussalam. And the last guest speaker that we invite to our international conference today is Associate Professor, I'm sorry if I mispronounce, but the name here, Associate Professor Muttanachai Suttipun from the Prince Songkla University, Thailand. So in our discussion over the coming days, we will explore how sustainable accounting can serve as a catalyst for systemic change. And of course, I encourage you, students, participants, maybe some lecturers, also researchers participate in this international conference to engage fully and share your perspective and embrace the spirit of collaboration that this conference embodies. Let us work hand in hand towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, ensuring that our effort resonate far beyond these walls. As I close this speech, again, I also would like to acknowledge and put my respect to the organizing committee that makes this event could happen and very well organized today. And also for accounting department, Bu Fipri, Bu Agus, and also of course Bu Ulan. Thank you for becoming the host of this international conference in this Mulawarman University campus, representing Faculty of Economic and Business. I think international standard can be represented by many activities, and one of these activities is the international conference that we are doing today, right? So I hope that, I think most of the students here who are coming in this room will also be the participant, right? For the, I don't know, maybe there is the, after this or maybe tomorrow, the parallel session of the presentation of the international conference. So we hope that, I think the purpose of the international conference is not just that you present the article or the insight or the findings that you have, but also you find networking among students, among lecturer, and also researcher. I think that is a very important for the next step of your career, because maybe some of students here maybe wants to continuing the education to master degree internationally. So I think networking is very important when we have international conference as we do today. Finally, on behalf of the Dean of the Faculty of Economic and Business, Mulawarman University, I would like to congratulate again for all of the participants that participate in this international conference, and also thank you very much for all of our guest speakers that have participate and attend this international conference and giving your insight and your presentation in the topic that related with the theme of our today international conference. Beginning with Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, this today event of international conference with a theme Sustainable Accounting, Strengthening Foundation Toward Systemic Change in Achieving Sustainable Development Goals is officially commenced. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yan, for the greeting.
Terima kasih kami ucapkan kepada Bapak Aryan Hilmawan yang telah membuka acara ini.
Next agenda, placard handover from Head of Mulawarman Accounting Event 2024 and Head of Himpunan Mahasiswa Jurusan Akuntansi 2024 to our speakers. Opening remarks. Mrs. Wulan Iyik Ratnasari, who on this occasion will be represented by Mrs. Agus Setiawaty and Mr. Yan Hilmawan, please come forward.
Selanjutnya, penyerahan plakat yang akan diserahkan oleh Ketua Panitia Mulawarman Accounting Event 2024 dan Ketua Umum HMJ Akuntansi 2024 kepada pemberi sambutan. Ibu Wulan Iyik Ratnasari yang akan diwakilkan oleh Ibu Agus Setiawaty dan Bapak Rian Hilbawan dipersilahkan.
The next agenda, local dance performance Anjat Doh is Kalimantan from Arts and Creativity Students Activity Unit, Economic and Business Faculty, Mulawarman University.
The next agenda, acara selanjutnya, penampilan tari daerah Anjat Doh Kalimantan Timur oleh UKM Seni dan Kreativitas Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Mulawarman.
Selamat menyaksikan.
Tari Anjat Doh. Tarian ini merupakan tari daya kreasi yang ditarikan dengan indah menggunakan bulu enggang untuk memuliakan nenek moyang dan para leluhurnya. Tarian ini juga menceritakan tentang 3 wanita suku Dayak sedang menganyam anjat.
Anjat merupakan kerajinan anyam khas suku Dayak Kalimantan Timur. Para gadis menari dengan ekspresi yang bahagia sambil mencari rotan untuk menganyam sebuah kerajinan anjat.
Adi daunku telur.
Beri tepuk tangan yang
meriah.
Finally, now we are going to the main agenda, that is international conference. Before we introduce the speaker for today's conference, we will firstly introduce our moderator for today's conference.
Saat ini, kita akan memasuki agenda utama kita, yaitu International Conference. Namun, sebelum kita mengenal narasumber kita pada hari ini, kami akan memperkenalkan moderator kita terlebih dahulu.
Well, I will read his CV. He is a lecturer at the Faculty of Economic and Business, Mulawarman University, with educational history, Bachelor of Applied Science in Management Accounting from Samarinda State Polytechnic, Bachelor of Accounting from Malang Kuchechwara Institute of Economic Sciences, Accounting Profession Education from Brawijaya University, and Master of Accounting from Brawijaya University.
Saya akan membacakan CV beliau. Beliau merupakan salah satu dosen Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Mulawarman dengan riwayat pendidikan D4 Akuntansi Manajerial Politeknik Negeri Samarinda, S1 Akuntansi Sekolah Tinggi Ilmu Ekonomi Malang Kuchechwara, pendidikan profesi akuntansi Universitas Brawijaya, dan S2 Magister Akuntansi Universitas Brawijaya. Mari kita sambut moderator kita pada acara hari ini,
Bapak Muhammad Abadan Syakura, SE M.Sc AK CSRS.
Cek. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, our distinguished guests and esteemed speakers on the Zoom, and all participants who's joining us today, especially for you that already attend here. Who makes way to be here, even though there is heavy rain in the outside. Thank you very much to attend this conference in the venue, and also all online participants that may be comfortably seated to have a coffee or tea in the Zoom online. Please make yourself comfortable to pay attention in the next few hours. Okay, it is a great honor for me to most welcome you all to this international conference on topic of utmost importance, sustainable accounting, strengthening foundation towards systematic change in achieving the sustainable development goals. Please give a round of applause for all of us. Thank you. Well, first of all, on behalf of the committee, maybe I want to apologize because of the delay that occurred, so that the event didn't go according to the schedule, to the plan, due to external factors. Especially for our speakers for today, we do apologize for the delay. Okay, well, yeah. I felt so big enthusiasm, yeah, for today's event. Well, to be honest, this is my first time to being a moderator in such a big event, international event, yeah. Well, this make me feel excited, but also I felt butterflies in my stomach at the time. Well, so I think to mitigate that, to misspoken, I will see my notes. Maybe at most, I hope that's okay for you. Well, let's back to our main topic. In today's interconnected world, the role of accounting extends far beyond mere numbers. It is a fundamental pillars that drives transparency, accountability, and sustainable decision making within organizations, government, and also the communities. As we work toward the 2030 agenda, it has become increasingly clear that sustainable development requires systematic change. So the way we account for resources, measure the impact, and report the progress will be critical in addressing the economic, social, and environmental issues and challenges that we face as an accountant. Well, in particular, today's discussion will focus on how accounting practices can evolve to not only track financially performance, but also drive the meaningful contribution towards the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs. Our speakers today bring them deep expertise and a diverse range of perspective from around the globe, highlighting about the innovations, best practices, and the way to forward in integrating sustainability into accounting frameworks. So we'll listen to our speakers to deliver their presentation in turn based on the schedule, and there will be a Q&A session on the end of the fourth speakers. So therefore, I encourage each of you in here or in online Zoom to engage actively in this discussion on the Q&A session later, as collaboration and sharing about necessary informations. Okay, without any further ado, let's embark to this journey together in this conference. And now I will introduce our first speaker to begin the session. Our first speaker is from Prince of Songkla University, Thailand. His name is Associate Professor Muttanachai Suttipun, Ph.D. Well, before we go to the first speaker, let me introduce a brief of our first speaker. Mr. Muttanachai Suttipun is an Associate Professor of Accounting at Accountancy Department, Faculty of Management Science, Prince of Songkla University, and his current position is as a Deputy Director of Research and Development Office at Prince of Songkla University. He completed his Ph.D. Accounting and Finance in area of corporate social and environmental disclosure, utilizing legitimacy and stakeholders theories from the University of Newcastle, Australia in 2012. Yeah, his research interests are voluntary and mandatory disclosures, corporate governance, and capital market, and also corporate performance. He has also had many published in international Scopus journal, and his last achievement on academic awards is to be the winner on 2022 SEC Capital Market Regional Seminar in Thailand. So for today, he will deliver his speech with untitled "The First Step, ESG Reporting as Mandatory in Thailand." That is so interesting case study of ESG reporting in Thailand. All right, without any wasting time, so let's get connected with him on Zoom. Hello, Prof.
Hi. Yeah, good day, everybody. Yeah, so first of all, can I share my presentation slide? Is this okay? Thank you so
Thank you.
much.
We clearly, yeah. Is my audio coming through okay, Prof?
Okay, so you guys can see my presentation slide, right? Unita, you can see, right?
Yeah, we see your
All
slide,
right,
Prof.
okay. So, yeah, can I say good morning, everyone, once again? Yeah, top management, lecturer, friends, colleague, university staff, master degree student, bachelor degree student, and ASEAN friends and family. One UNITA asked me to be the part of the conference. I'm thinking, what is the benefit of you guys for my presentation? So I feel the benefit for the lecturer, master degree student, and the bachelor degree student who fighting for that research topic or thesis you're going to do in the future. And also, in terms of the literature review, I think that ESG reporting is quite new in this area. So, as you know, the butterfly effect, right? If you know the butterfly effect, if something happened in Singapore today, it's going to be happen in Thailand one day in the future for sure. So that what my topic today is all about the first step of the ESG reporting as a mandatory in Thailand. Okay, let me start. So sorry, can I check the time as well? I set up for 30 minutes. I think, yeah, you're gonna run in time for sure for my presentation. So, okay, let's start. Okay. Because I'm talk with accounting lecturer and students, right? So I would like to start with the question all the time. So, do you think what is the main goal of running the business? Why the people running the business? What is the main goal of running business? Profit, right? The profit. So $1 profit a day is enough for you or not? No, it's not a profit that we want to have. What would you like to have? You guys would like to have maximize profit, right? That is the main goal of the running business, right? Okay, so if I ask more, if I ask you guys more, how to make the profit? I think accounting lecturer and student going to know for sure. Easy, professor, to run the profit, to make a profit. Profit made by the equation of sales minus cost and expense, right? And then if you can create more sales than cost and expense, you can earn profit. Okay, guy, think about that. Think about that and talk to me about 3 activities. Main aim is maximize profit. Okay, your guy main aim is maximize profit. Okay, first thing first, if you run the business, your business going to buy the machine to recycle the waste or use water or not? You guys going to invest or buy the machine for recycling that use or waste water or not? You're going to do or not? You can type, you can chat with me. Yeah. You guys going to do or not? If I run the business and my main goal is to maximize profit, I will not buy that machine, right? Because that machine costs my business. You know what I mean, right? You have to think carefully. Main goal is maximize profit. Okay? So Next activity, your business going to hire legal or illegal labor. In Thailand, if you hire that legal labor, you pay 300 baht per day. If you buy illegal labor from, for example, Laos, Cambodian, or Myanmar, you pay 150 baht per day. So 50% discount. If you run the business and your main goal is all about maximize profit, which labor you are going to hire? Legal or illegal? You can answer in your mind. Next activity. Corruption is a normal for business, isn't it? Some game you need to win. And then if you make corruption, you can win the game. You can get the higher or maximize profit. So if you think about that twice, maximize profit might not be the main aim or main goal of business today's world, right? Right? Because if you don't buy the machine for recycling the water, you create the environmental impact or problems. If you hire illegal labor, you create the social problems, right? And then if you still keep doing corruption day by day, you create that bad governance impact. You know what I mean? So in my opinion, I don't feel that maximize profit is the main or top goal or top cherry on top of ice cream of the business anymore. But what is the main aim in today's world, in the business world? Today, the main aim of business world is all about sustainability. Okay, so when I look at that conference, the conference names SDG. Actually, SDG and ESG, they're pretty much similar. SDG and ESG is come during the same period, 2015, 2016, at the same time. So let me start my presentation today about the first step of ESG reporting as a mandatory reporting in Thailand. Actually, I'm doing research on this topic a lot, and I feel it's gonna be gonna be the benefit for you guys to do this research topic as well. Yesterday, I checked one more time that how many countries around the world have the ESG reporting as a mandatory. Till yesterday, 38 countries around the world have mandatory ESG reporting. In ASEAN country, I found 3 countries having mandatory ESG reporting, which are Singapore, Malaysia, and Thailand. So what happened in Thailand, in Malaysia, and Singapore, going to be what happened in Indonesia in the future, nearby for sure. Okay, so next slide. Okay. Can you see that what I mentioned before, that corporate economic development create environmental and social impacts and problems, as you say? Okay, you can see now, yeah, that corporate economic development around the world create the problems such as pollution. You can see the air pollution now. In Thailand, we just faced by the PM 2.5, the air pollution last month. Actually, that month, that a lot of that air pollution here, we still have a climate change disaster at the moment, that we have social problems from slum, from that child labor, from the illegal labor. We still have that inequality between the person, between the business, for example. So that's why we found that actually that business economic development itself create a lot of the environmental and social impacts. You can see. So why? Because that, what I said, because that the old-fashioned the business go create ESG the programs. How and why I already mentioned before that you can see. However, when I talk about now the goal or aim totally change to be the sustainability. Professor, what is sustainability mean? Sustainability still allow the business to have normal profit. I think you guys study the economic subject, right? You know about that normal and abnormal profit, right? Actually, that sustainability allow the business to have normal profit, balancing with economic and social responsibility. Actually, I can use another word. I think you guys ever hear this word before? Triple bottom line, or four or three P's, that profit, people, and planet. So now what we're trying to balance, we try to balance that triangle, or we call pyramid, right? Of the economic perspective, social perspective, and environmental perspective. One, the business balance three perspectives together is gonna become sustainability. Okay, so I think you found that big picture. Can I narrow down to be ASEAN perspective or Thailand perspective? So I'm gonna let you guys know about the revolution of non-financial information reporting in Thailand. Actually, when we become AEC 2012, did you remember? Yeah, actually the accounting area got affected a lot at that time because Indonesian student or Indonesian accountant can move to work in Thailand. And then also that Thai student also can work in the accounting area in Singapore and Malaysia as well. Okay, so in terms of the financial information reporting, we are under the regulation. They are under the same regulation and accounting standard names IFRS, International Financial Reporting Standard. You guys know. Yeah, I also teach students here with IFRS. And then I believe that the lecturer in Indonesia, Brunei, Darussalam, and Malaysia also teach their student in IFRS as well. So, however, non-financial information reporting, I have to take your guide back to that 1997. One Thailand faced, they call ASEAN financial economic crisis at that time. I think every country in ASEAN, in Asia, faced 1997 Asian financial economic crisis. Actually, the Thailand was the first domino, bankrupt by that time. That's why in that crisis, if I think in that normal name, I could not think well. But if I think in that specific name, that time the people around the world call that crisis as Tom Yam Goong crisis. I think you guys know Tom Yam Goong, right? You guys know Tom Yam Goong soup, right? That is one of the famous Thai food. At that time, Thailand have no money at all. So the government have to borrow the money from the IMF. I think Indonesia or Indonesian government also the borrow money from the IMF, SMS Thailand as well. At that point, 1999, IMF asked us to have one principle they call corporate governance. If Thai government don't ask the listed company in Thailand to have the principle of corporate governance, IMF won't allow us to get the money. So with that agreement to borrow money from IMF, we need to pressure the listed company in the stock market having the principle of corporate governance. So if you look at that revolution of non-financial information reporting in Thailand, 1997 to 1999, we faced with that financial crisis in Asia. They call it the Tom Yam Goong crisis. To be under the agreement of borrowing money from IMF, we have to provide the principle of corporate governance in 2001. So in Thailand, ESG with perspective comfort or which topic comfort is G comfort, the governance comfort as the first version of the principle of corporate governance. Then next in 2006 to 2012, in 2006 that corporate governance relaunched as a second version. They call the good corporate governance, the principle of good corporate governance. In that version, they have one important topic named stakeholder responsibility. So I think you guys know about CSR, the corporate social responsibility. In Thailand, I think in another country around ASEAN, the CSR come from the corporate governance under the topic of stakeholder responsibility. We have CSR at that time until 2012. However, CSR at that time can I call CSR after process, not CSR in process. I'm going to explain you more about in process and after process in the next slide. That by the way, we become AEC, the ASEAN Economic Community, in 2012. Did you remember? Yeah, I still remember that I have to say hi to my Indonesian student with the old language. I have to say good morning with the Myanmar student using their old language, something like that. Sorry, at the moment it's forget all. So at that point, for the accounting student, we got two chances. First one, we are in the same accounting standard, namely IFRS. Did you remember? For financial information reporting, at that point till now, we all use IFRS. On another hand, for that non-financial information reporting, we have guideline. If I said guideline, it means still voluntary. We have guideline from GRI, and then GRI going to point us in today's world. Okay, so we become AEC 2012. In 2016, after we have SDG 2015-16, in Thailand, CSR changed to be ESG, environmental, social, and governance responsibility. And then at that point, the ESG focused on three main areas, which are environment, society, and governance. And then we use the guideline from two places. First one from the European country, GRI. Next one we use from the North America, from DJSI, Dow Jones Sustainability Index. Okay. Last but not least, 2021, actually 2 or 3 years ago, Thailand changed the ESG reporting from voluntary to mandatory. So now, even though we are in the early stage of the mandatory ESG reporting in Thailand, but we already have. Yeah. If I deep into the detail, ESG, we pick up one topic, each perspective for the listed company to provide. For example, environmental perspective, all listed company in Thailand have to provide carbon emissions. How many ton per kilo per year from 3 scopes of carbon emission listed company provide per year. For social perspective, listed company in Thailand is asked by the Stock Exchange of Thailand to provide the provident fund. How much money they pay monthly for their staff, their employee. Last but not least, in area of governance, listed company have to provide human lawsuits. How many times that stakeholders sue the company each year. So they are 3 mandatory ESG reporting in Thailand. Okay, so if I deep down into the detail, if you ask me, Professor, how different between the voluntary and mandatory ESG reporting, I tell you like it. I tell you like it. No, okay. So first thing first, how different between CSI and ESG first? First thing first. Okay. Ajahn, what is how different between CSI and ESG? In Thailand, CSR more about something after process, non-financial information after process. But ESG is all about non-financial reporting or activity in process. Ajahn, the professor, what difference between in process and after process? Process, my meaning of process mean production process. You know what I mean? Production process. If you have CSR or ESG in process, that is a good. That talk about sustainability. But if you have CSR or ESG after process, it's not linked to sustainability. Normally linked to your promotion, links for something that you try to increase or improve your reputation. For example, that it was a fashion in Thailand that time to make that to plant the tree for making the rainforest in Thailand at that time. But the business located in south of Thailand, we have no rainforest at all. But why they would like to plant the tree in the rainforest? Because they can show on the news, they can show themselves and the name of company on the TV, right? So actually, that kind of CSR or ESG, not CSR or ESG in process. That is after process, you know. For example, I don't say it's not that good, but it's not in the process. Can be good as well. Or donation, for example. I'm not quite sure about the Indonesia, but in Thailand, if you donate for the education, you can get double time that taxation reduction. You know what I mean? Yeah, if you donate, if you have donation for the education in Thailand, you get double tax reduction. If you donate for the hospital, you got one-time tax reduction, for example. Okay, so that's all about that ESG or CSR in process and after process. Okay, so we move to the next. During 2016 to 2021, this is a voluntary ESG reporting. There are 11 topics at that time, following by GRI. You can see for that financial information reporting, we work under the IFRS, but for non-financial information reporting, we work by the guideline of GRI. At that point, GRI also work with us, you can see, within 11 points. Okay. The main idea is not that how many topics Thai listed company provide, but the main idea is mostly Thai firm provide just only policy data and descriptive information. You know how different between policy data, descriptive information, and number and money? Because they just blah, 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 right? They just talk, they are the good business in this society, in this country. We are going to be the good citizen in the future, but they do nothing. They do nothing. They don't put the money. They don't talk about that gas emission per year they provide, something like that. So for the voluntary reporting, they got some of the problems. I can tell you the truth. What I found in my research that voluntary ESG reporting indicates some of the problem. For example, it's too complex, it's too complicated, it's too broad, no structure at all. One is no structure. You cannot compare with the other family, with the other firm from the other country. The low quality of non-financial reporting, no standard at all. That is the big problem of the voluntary ESG reporting. Last but not least, the important thing is the investor complaint. Actually, the ESG reporting listed company provide for stakeholder, actually focusing on the investor, and then ESG reporting as the voluntary. Investor complain that the quality of voluntary ESG reporting are poor and low quality, so they don't interesting at all. That's why. That's why. After 2021, actually, this kind of mandatory ESG reporting, we have early adoption in 2020 already. So somebody that raise a hand up, how about let me finish presentation first, and you can ask me. It's okay. Thank you so much. So 2021, Thailand listed company, are asked by the Stock Exchange of Thailand, the capital market of Thailand, to change from the voluntary reporting to mandatory reporting. There are 3 topics that listed company in Thailand have to provide. First thing first is the carbon emissions. Next is a provident fund. Last but not least is human lawsuit. You can see, don't worry, in the future, that mandatory ESG reporting in Thailand going to be more developed than this for sure. Okay, so the reason, actually, for the researcher in this area, or if you are going to do this kind of area, you have to consider, as well as listed company around the world have to consider whether you are going to provide ESG reporting or not by 2 different aims. You know what I mean? First aim is positive aim, we call value or values. Okay. Next is a cost. Gonna be your greater cost for sure. It's higher cost for sure. So before company going to provide the ESG reporting, company going to consider first whether they're gonna get more value than cost, or they're gonna get more cost than value. You know what I mean? Yeah. And then if that reporting is still voluntary reporting, you can see some company provide ESG reporting, some company don't want to provide the ESG reporting. Why? Because they weigh between value and cost already. If the value is more heavier than cost, they do the ESG reporting. We don't want that. We want them to provide all the ESG reporting. So listed company in Thailand have to do that under the mandatory reporting. Okay? If I point about this, and then if they say that, okay, more value than cost, I'm gonna tell you which reason why the company going to provide the ESG reporting as mandatory. First thing first, ESG reporting used to reduce accounting technical term called information asymmetry, agency cost, and conflict of interest between top management and shareholder, and between corporation and stakeholder. So ESG reporting going to reduce the information asymmetry and conflict of interest between the group of interest. That is the first reason. The first reason you can be explained by agency theory. If I talk about the theory. Next, the ESG is used to certify stakeholder demand as well as social expectation. I talk this reason because stakeholder theory and legitimacy theory also explain about why the business going to public non-financial information reporting. Next, ESG reporting is sent as a good signal, right? You send non-financial information as a good signal to the user of financial reporting or of the annual report. Such as that investor going to use a ESG reporting for their investment decision. Creditor also going to use not only financial information, also non-financial information for considering on the loan and mortgage. Last is that governance also going to support you, going to reward you at the end of the year if you are following by both financial and non-financial information reporting. Last but not least, one, you have mandatory ESG reporting. The ESG reporting is disclosed under the regulation or stakeholder or standard. Okay, next. Okay, I'm talking about the financial and non-financial reporting. Okay, for us as an ASEAN region, for the financial information reporting, we are all under the IFRS. But for non-financial information reporting at the moment, I think you can hear this year about IFRS S1, S2, right? The series Sustainability 1 and Sustainability 2. That is accounting standard for non-financial information standard. I'm not quite sure about your country, but in Thailand, they are going to be on active by the end of this year. So we are going to take that IFRS S1, S2 for the listed company in Thailand by the end of this year. Okay. One report. Long time ago, before 2021, normally, Thai listed company provide two different reports. For financial information reporting, they provide in annual report, their own annual report. But for non-financial information reporting, they take it to another report they call standalone report. So totally different channel. Financial information go to annual report. Non-financial information go to standalone report. However, by the regulation of ESG reporting, listed company in Thailand have to provide both financial and non-financial information reporting in the same report. We call one annual report. Start from 2021 and actually early adopt in 2020 already. So all listed company in Thailand have to provide one annual report, including financial and non-financial information in there. So you can see now, after 2020, annual report in Thailand thick like this. More than 1 inch, more than 2 inch, for example. It's quite thick. Yeah, I give my student to do the research. Some students said, "Oh, professor, I'm tired my eye. Read so hard, so thick, so much information. Sorry, sometimes I have to take off my my glasses because I just realized that I got not just only the short eyesight. At the moment, I got long eyesight as well. So I have to take out glasses. Okay. By the way, for the International Financial Reporting Standard for Sustainability S1, S2 is going to be active at the end of this year in Thailand. Believe me, in Indonesia, you going to use this in the future for sure. What is a good thing? Did you remember for the problems of voluntary ESG reporting? They got two things. First, cannot compare because no structure. Second, have no standard drive of that non-financial information standard or reporting. That's why the S1, S2 come to fix that kind of problem. You can see this. All this company in Thailand going to do the same thing within 4 targets. First one, they have to provide what is the governance aim, the strategic plan, risk management, metric, and target. Within 4 topics that company A can compare themselves from the present and past, as well as they can compare themselves with their competitor in the same industry. So believe me, S1, S2 gonna be on active for sure. And believe me, not only series will not end by S2. S2 is the about that carbon reduction. Gonna be S3, S4, S5 for sure. And there will not be just only environmental impacts. It's going to be social impact. It's going to be governance impact for sure. So if you know this kind of thing, yeah, you move first, you win first. Okay. What is the advantage of the ESG reporting? Okay. I let you know about the reason to do ESG reporting already, right? So next, I'm going to explain you what is the benefit of having the ESG reporting. First thing first, based on my research study, I found that business provide ESG reporting going to reduce the interest rate or cost of debt. So once the business provide more ESG reporting, creditor, commercial bank going to reduce that interest rate or cost of debt down. So benefit for your business, right? Yeah, based on research. Next, if you're going to increase the ESG reporting, that stock market reaction, that price of stock, common stock going up as well. So it means investor also interesting to use the ESG reporting for the investment decision, right? Right. Okay. Next, increasing that ESG reporting, also increasing the long-term profitability and performance. Of course, the short term we already test. Short term, increasing ESG, short term profit going down, performance going down. But if we see about the long term, going up both of them. And then I have the other research study as well about that influence of the factor influence ESG reporting. Okay, this is all my study. Yeah. Okay. To be honest, I start to study ESG in 2020. In 2020. Why? Because ESG in Thailand have introduced 2016. I had to wait for 5-year period to correct the data. So I start to work on 2020. I can get the first publication on 2021. So actually the ESG reporting in ASEAN region is so new. So what next? Professor, what's next? I can show you what is on my hand at the moment. You can do that in Indonesia as well. Okay. Okay. First thing first, I just basically start to study or investigate the first step of ESG reporting in Thailand. I want to know since 2020 or 2021, what is a pattern of the mandatory ESG reporting in Thailand? Going up, going down, or constant in terms of carbon emission, provident fund, human lawsuit. This is I'm fixing now under the reviewer comment and suggestion. This week I'm gonna finish and then submit the revised version to the journal again. I hope that it's gonna be accept. Next, I'm doing now is the relationship between the board composition and mandatory ESG reporting. You can see co-op board and carbon emission. I also study about the female board and provident fund. I'm not quite sure that I use female board. I use that gender diversity and provident fund. I have the sucker board and biodiversity. Last but not least, I have the CO duality and human lawsuit. Super good to do CO duality in ASEAN country. Why? Because in here, normally business run by family, right? Right. So the owner and the top management are same person. Yeah. So they work a lot. Yeah. They work like the Superman, right? They work in any position. By the way, last but not least, I got one master degree and one PhD going to do research under that Thai government funding on the human capital development and market reaction and the ESG practice and that sustainability. Yeah. So you guys can do this kind of research. So I think I'm trying to finish within that 40 minutes. And I think that's all for me today. Thank you so much. And then if you guys would like to contact me, yeah, or ask me about my research interest or ask me about your guy that thesis journey or research journey, you can contact me here. Okay, you can send me to my email or you can call me. Yeah, it's okay. This mobile phone is for work, should be okay. So that's all for me. Thank you very much and enjoy for your conference.
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor Muttanachai Suttipun. Please give a round of applause for our first speaker. What an interesting and insightful speech. And there is 2 points that I can highlight from the Prof. Muttanachai Suttipun presentations. First, the development of non-financial reporting in Thailand, starting from the Tom Yam Goong financial crisis on 1997 through to the present state of mandatory ESG reporting since 2021. It traced Thailand's shift from corporate governance to full ESG integration. It also aims to add aligning with international standards like IFRS for sustainability. And since 2021, ESG reporting has become mandatory, that covering environmental, social, and governance aspects like carbon emissions, human capital, and corporate governance. And the second, the ESG reporting in Thailand improves reputation, align shareholders and management interests, and meets regulatory standards, and enhance communication with stakeholders. That's the benefit of ESG reporting. Thank you, Prof, for sharing with us. And please bear with us for a moment, because there will be a Q&A session at the last session. Thank you very much. All right, without any further ado, let's roll up to our second speakers that already with us in here. She is actually my colleague in accounting department of Mulawarman University. So before we invite her to the stage, I will tell you a brief about her. Her name is Dr. Agus Setiawaty. Her last education is Doctor of Science in Accounting on Brawijaya University. She had expertise at auditing, governance, and accounting ethics. She is currently as accounting lecturer from 2008 until now. So please welcome with big applause for our beloved lecturer, Dr. Agus Setiawaty, S.A. M.Sc, AKCA Charsa CTA. Okay, how are you, Miss Agus?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Abadan. I'm really fine, thank you, but a little bit nervous.
It's
Sorry.
okay. I'm also nervous.
Yeah.
Let's take a seat.
Okay, thank you.
Ready to deliver your speech today? Yeah. Please, the stage is yours.
Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, especially accounting students from Mulawarman University, and also good morning for the other honorable speakers in this international conference. And this session, I will relate the sustainability that already much discussed from the previous speakers. I want to relate it with the auditing sectors. And we know that sustainability is a really hot issue right now, and how the companies need to attempt to integrating the sustainability into their activities daily. And the efforts of the company to integrate the sustainability will impact to the challenges and opportunities in auditing sectors. And I also want to give my thanks to Ms. Fibri for this insightful for me to discuss about how the sustainability will give challenges and opportunity for the auditors. For the next, as I mentioned before, that sustainability is a really hot issue, including in accounting profession, and there is a great demand for the accounting profession to involve and to give a contribution to the sustainability practices. Next. Okay, maybe you have a little bit confused between the term of sustainability and also ESG and CSR. Maybe the common term using in sustainability context is sustainability, or maybe CSR that you already have known before. But the trend now is become the term using is environmental, social, and governance. But it refers to the same context for the sustainability practices. Yeah. But to some extent, maybe many writers prefer to using environmental, social, and governance term because many aspects beyond the ESG. So that's why the term of ESG is more rising nowadays. And ESG, like sustainability issues, are top priority for companies, driven primarily by stakeholders and broad demands. So, as I mentioned before, there are great demands, for the companies to disclose about the ESG elements in their reporting. And the demand and need for ESG and other non-financial reporting drive strategy, financial value creation, and performance around non-financial parameters. And the previous speakers has mentioned about the non-financial metric, non-financial parameters, because the ESG dominantly will involve the non-financial indicator. So that is maybe a homework for the accounting profession. And in addition, institutional investors are concerned about the impact of ESG issues on risk and return, both in the short term, medium, and the long term. And capital market want relevant, accurate, comparable, and useful information to inform their decision making. They need a relevant, accurate, comparable, and useful information from the sustainability practices. And the companies are increasingly expected to incorporate ESG into their formal business processes. In the last discussion from the previous speaker has mentioned about one annual report. Yeah, there will be integrated reporting that incorporate the financial and non-financial parameters in just one report. And from the PwC survey in 2022, 79% of respondents, namely 325 investors, need information beyond just financial statements, and also the information with transparent and reliable reporting. And 71% Indonesian listed companies submit sustainability report in 2022, which is we can conclude that not all the Indonesian listed company has disclosed the SR. Yeah. And 70% the listed companies disclose the stakeholders' involvement. When the companies disclose the sustainability practices in their reporting, they must be have stakeholders' involvement. But not all the listed companies has involved the stakeholders. Yeah. And 80% listed companies using GRI standard, dominantly using GRI standard that maybe for the accounting students already known for the GRI standards. There are social, kemudian social, environmental, and also economic standard in the GRI reporting. And unfortunately, 36% companies reported management participation in sustainability training, which is in a low level. It means that it's expected that the management have sufficient knowledge because they will be guide and control the sustainability practices in their companies. Sustainability report is more than just reporting ESG. Yeah, but also a strategic assessment and also communication platform with investor and various stakeholders. And sustainability report serves as an annual health check, as an annual health check on the strengths and weaknesses of company for sustainability improvement in delivering beneficial result for the business and the stockholders of the company. And also the report describes the board of directors' sustainability responsibilities, demonstrate effort to improve sustainability skills and increase credibility in the publics. And also, the benefit of the sustainability reporting will become a form of transparency to the public how the companies commit to do sustainability practices. And the term of ESG will relate it with the ESG risk that consists of 3 elements: environmental, social, and governance. From the environmental element, we consider how an organization performs as a steward of nature. And this can include issues related to the finance emission, and then waste management, water management, and climate change vulnerability. And from the social perspective, we'll examine how organization manage relationship with employees, customers, and the wider community, not only just employees and customers, but with the wider community. And risks that fall under this category will include corporate social responsibility, labor management, data privacy, general security, health and safety, and also well-being. And the last but not least, and the important thing, and maybe the starting point for the SDGs is governance elements. These elements will refer to the variables such as business ethics, board and leaderships, executive pay, maybe include audits, internal control, intellectual property, protection, and also shareholders' rights. Regarding with the issue right now, ESG has become an imperative for all the companies. Although the policy from each country is different, but consider the demand from the stakeholders, ESG is a must for the companies. Because ESG strategy has become necessary to address stakeholder requirements and regulation, and also to build competitive advantage, to improve resilience, and to drive value. Stakeholders want clarity and detail regarding ESG strategies and initiatives. And also because the market want relevant and accurate of the sustainability information to inform their decision making. That's why the independent and the objective assurance that audit can provide must be an integral part of an organization ESG response. And talking about the current practices right now, There are many phenomena and also conditions then refer to the and that leading to the growing and urgent demand for assurance. Assurance means one of the assurance service is audit. Yeah, beside audit, there are review of the report, the information in the certain report. And globally, the number of reporting companies has steadily increased, like I mentioned before, but currently there are still challenges faced by the company. Yeah, and for the current practices, there are still challenges that must be solved to this problem. And what is the challenges faced by the company? The first is fragmented standard with variety of users and their reporting objective. And every users and have their objective and its impact to the standard that they will use for their reporting. And the second is intimidating and overwhelming anyone who wants to grasp the basics. And the last is confusing among users of sustainability information that will perpetuate inefficiency, increases cost, and lack of trust. This is the current practices and the challenges faced by the companies regarding with the sustainability practices. And other phenomena that also happen right now is greenwashing. These practices mislead investors as to the true risk, rewards, and pricing of investment assets. And also this phenomena or this greenwashing represent a threat to the accuracy, reliability, and transparency of sustainability reporting. And the last, that greenwashing lead to a decline in consumer confidence in a company's brand and products. This is the phenomena that happen right now, that is greenwashing. And the other side, there are lack of assurance. Because of the lack of standardization and also it will decreases trust and confidence in sustainability information. That's why the need for the urgent need for the assurance is really important for the accounting profession, other than accountant as a preparer of the sustainability information. From these current practices and challenges and the phenomena will leading to the growing and also urgent demand for assurance, like I mentioned, and also need for consistency in reporting sustainability information. For the standard and framework, in my slide, I put several standard and frameworks that already used by the company, meanwhile in Indonesia or in abroad. Regarding with the assurer, this is the sustainability ecosystem, consists of standard setters, company, investor, professional organization, auditor, regulator, and higher education. And standard setters will be act as a creator, facilitator, and evaluator. And while the company will act as a preparer of the sustainability information, and investor will be act as a user, will help and support the investor regarding with the decision making. And the professional organization will be act as a catalyst, regulator will be enforcer, and a higher education will be act as educator and innovator. Now for the auditor will act as parties that give assurance to the reliability and the accuracy of the sustainability information. That's why auditor need for this sustainability ecosystem. And the demand for the sustainability or ESG audit, or maybe ESG audit refer to the evaluates how the process of evaluates the performance of an organization in terms of its sustainable business practices. And from the audit, it will assess how well the company performed in 3 areas. That is social, environmental, and economics. And why the sustainability audit is very important for the company? Because the first reason is with audit, it can be identify areas for improvement. Sustainability audits provide a comprehensive assessment of an organization's environmental performance and also highlighting areas where sustainability practices can be enhanced. It's very important. The important thing is how the companies will improve from the output from the auditor. The weaknesses and also the limitation faced by the companies will be found by the auditors and will be input for the company's improvement for the next steps. And the second reason why sustainability audit is important right now is because from the sustainability audit, it can reduce environmental footprints. By identifying and addressing inefficiencies, organizations can implement targeted strategies to reduce their carbon emission, for example, and also waste generation and resource consumption, thereby minimizing their environmental impact. And the last reason why audit have a significant role in sustainability practices is because it can promote sustainable practices for other parties. The insight gained from a sustainability audit empower organizations to adopt and also institutionalize sustainable practices and also fostering a culture of environmental responsibility and stewardship. From the audit, it's expected to gain awareness for every people or every company to have a sense of sustainability. Yeah. And the scope of an ESG audit will examine factors such as energy usage and also waste management, employee well-being, diversity inclusion, board structure, and also ethical business practices. As I mentioned before, that the term why ESG audit become popular right now because ESG is more wider and more comprehensive, to represent the sustainability terms. That's why the scope of the ESG audits is wider, than maybe for the sustainability audit, because it can reach not only the environmental but also to the governance. So talking about the ethical business practices is discussed in the governance aspects. And how the ESG audit will be processed. It will involve data collection like normal audit, and then also there are stakeholders interviews to gain data, to gain document, to be analyzed, and also policy and also document review. And also there will be a benchmarking against industry standard and also best practices to compare which will be the best sustainability information or sustainability practices that will be reference for the other companies. And also the benefit of ESG audits, it will be help organization to identify risks, because from the ESG audit, the company need to identify risks that will be faced regarding with the sustainability practices. And also from the ESG audit, it will improve operational efficiency and then enhance brand reputation and attract socially responsible investors. An ESG audit provides a comprehensive assessment of a company's sustainability effort, enabling it to make informed decisions and improve its environmental, social, and governance performance. And during the process itself, the types of sustainability audit could be done in terms of external audit or maybe in internal audit, or maybe also a self-evaluation. But from the three of types sustainability audit, the more accurate, more reliable is conducted by an external sustainability audit. Because external audits come from the independent parties that have independence and also objectively doing the sustainability audit. An external sustainability audit, when a company hires an independent third parties to evaluate the businesses, and this can be either one time or on an annual basis. Depend on what is the country's policy here. And the sustainability audit also could be conducted in terms of internal auditors, when the employee of the business conduct their own evaluation of how sustainability practices are being followed within the company. An internal audit often takes into account different areas while looking at ways to improve and reduce costs. Internal audit may be debatable for the independence, for the objectivity, but talking about the how parties close to the company, how parties which are known better to the company is internal audit, because they exist in the daily of the company. And the last, the sustainability audit could be done by a self-evaluation. In this context, employees of the companies will be evaluate their own practices and put together a plan to improve within certain areas. This is done without hiring an outside party or by using internal resources. Yeah. But to make better sustainability audit practices, it could be better if the audit in terms of the external auditors, or conducted by the external auditors. This is the form of the audit services, assurance services, and also it could be advisory services. But for the assurance services, it could be better when doing by the external auditors. And for the advisory services, it could be the internal auditor could be give more recommendation and input for the metric use for the sustainability information. There are some challenges in ESG audit. Maybe the first, lack of standardized reporting. As I mentioned, there are several standards, and it given to the companies which one to be chosen as the standard for the reporting. Now, auditors face challenges in evaluating sustainability due to the lack of universally accepted standards and framework for reporting on environmental, social, and governance metrics. And also the other challenges is complexity of data collection, collecting and verifying sustainability related data from diverse sources, such as supply chains, which can be time consuming and technically challenging for the auditors. And also the challenges is regarding with the insufficient expertise. Auditors may lack the specialized knowledge and experience required to assess the accuracy and completeness of sustainability information, as this field is rapidly evolving. This is the opportunity for the accounting profession, specifically for the auditors, who may be accounting student who interest being auditor. This is one of the challenging and interesting opportunity for the new profession in accounting. And also the other challenges is assurance scope limitation, where auditors may face difficulty in obtaining the necessary information and access to fully assure the reliability of sustainability. And the last is emerging regulation. Keeping up with the constantly changing regulatory landscape related to sustainability reporting and disclosure requirement can be a significant challenge for auditors. The standard and the framework using in sustainability information has grow steadily and also keep evolving. So the auditors have challenged to gain more knowledge how to use the standard and the new frameworks. It's not easy, but there is a challenge for the auditors. Although there are challenges for the ESG audit, but also in the other side, there are also opportunities for the ESG audits. The first opportunity is auditing sustainability practices, which means that auditors can review an organization's sustainability initiatives such as energy efficiency, waste management, and carbon footprint reduction to ensure compliance and identify areas for improvement. Just like the other audit, the auditors will give a recommendation for the company's improvement. It's very important. And it is one of the marketing strategy to satisfy the client or the auditee. To give areas, to identify areas for the company's improvement. And the other opportunities is assessing climate-related risks, where auditor can assess the financial and operational risks posed by climate change, such as an extreme weather events, resource scarcity, and regulatory changes, and also provide recommendation for mitigation. It's very essential role for the auditor to give a recommendation for the mitigation that faced by the company during the sustainability practices. And the opportunity from the ESG audit is promoting transparency and reporting, which means the auditors can help organizations enhance their sustainability reporting and also ensuring accuracy, consistently and transparent disclosure of environmental, social, and governance performance. And it could be also advising on sustainability supply chains, when auditor can evaluate the sustainability practices of an organization's suppliers and provide guidance on building more sustainable and resilient supply chains. And the last, the opportunity in SG audit to develop the sustainability expertise. Auditors can upskill and specialize in sustainability, becoming valuable consultants and trusted advisors to organizations seeking to implement and improve their sustainable practices. This is a glance of sustainability audit process, which is more or less just like the normal financial statement audit. There will be planning when the auditor define the scope of the sustainability audit and also identifying the key areas to be assessed and also developing a detailed plan for data collection and analysis. And after that, there will be data collection that will be gathered from many parties, maybe from the environmental society, it could be from the management, it could be from suppliers and other related parties. And after the data collection, it will be conduct the analysis, when the auditor will perform the audit and also will give improvement can be made from the audit processes. And this analysis may involve benchmarking against industry standard on the best practices. And the last, recommendation for improvement. This is the important things from the audit, how the auditor can give recommendation for the company's improvement. And after we're talking about many many discussion about the ESG audit. So there are future, just like the previous speaker has mentioned about the futures of sustainability researchers, and there will be also the future of ESG audits. From the ESG audit, it's expected to increase focus on materiality, and also how the integrated reporting and assurance will be just one annual report for the companies, and so the auditor just only evaluate or assess the one report that we already integrated between the financial and also sustainability information. And also it will challenges for the ESG audit, how the process of audit will be technology driven audits. Yeah. We already stand in the digitalization era, so the technology-driven audits is a must that we'll be doing in the audit processes. And the last is forward-looking assessment. Well, ESG audits will shift from retrospective reviews to forward-looking assessments when evaluating a company's preparedness and also resilience to address emerging ESG risks and also opportunities. I think that's all from my presentation. Thank you for the attention. If you have any question, let's discuss it at the end of the section. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Please give applause for our second speakers. What an excellent presentation. Very interesting. There is 2 points that I can highlight from Dr. Agus Setiawaty presentation. First, there is some challenges for auditors for sustainability. Despite the growing emphasis on sustainability, companies face significant challenges. These include the lack of standardized ESG reporting, complexities in data collections, greenwashing, and auditors' lack of specialized knowledge in ESG auditing. These barriers result in inefficiencies and lower trust in sustainability information. But in other hand, there is some opportunities for auditor. ESG audits presents auditor with several opportunities, including promoting transparency, improving organizational sustainability practices, and accessing climate-related risks. And also, auditors can become the key players in building more sustainable businesses through the expertise in the areas. So thank you for sharing with us, Dr. Agus. Okay, would you please stay here? Stay here for a moment. Thank you. Well, let's roll up to our third speakers. Our third speakers is from University Brunei Darussalam. His name is Dr. Muhammad Hairul Azrin Haji Besar. Before we get in touch with him in Zoom, I will tell you a brief about him. Dr. Muhammad Hairul Azrin is the director of Sultan Omar Ali Saifuddin Center of Islamic Studies and a faculty member at the School of Business and Economics in University Brunei Darussalam. He was awarded a Ph.D. in Accounting and Finance from the University of Glasgow, UK. And prior to that, Mr. Azrin graduated with a first-class honors in the Bachelor of Accounting program and holds an MBA specializing in Islamic Banking and Finance from the International Islamic University, Malaysia. He has interest in fields of accounting, governance, and also Islamic finance. Okay, before became an academia, he had been involved in Brunei Islamic banking industry, interested with Sharia governance and audit since 2000, and is currently a member of the Sharia Financial Supervisory Board. He has published works and presented papers on governance, Islamic banking, and finance. Additionally, he has awarded the highly commended paper from Emerald Literary Awards 2020 for his joint work entitled Profitability versus Poverty Alleviation: Has Banking Logic Influences in Islamic Microfinance Institution. He is also part of editorial team of Journal of Islamic Accounting and Business Research. All right, without any wasting time, let's get connected with him on the Zoom.
Okay.
Assalamualaikum. Hello.
Waalaikumsalam
Dr.
warahmatullahi
Azrin.
wabarakatuh. Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I hope you can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you clearly. Is
Yeah.
my audio coming through okay?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, it's our pleasure to have you here in virtually. You have 45 minutes to deliver a speech. Please, the time is yours.
Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahalamin. Wassalatu wassalamu syafi'a anbiya mursalin. Sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Mr. Muhammad Abadan, for the kind introduction. And my appreciation for the organizers who have invited me to join the international conference this year. And I think I was also joining the international conference in 2019, as Dr. Mulan was saying. So as entrusted to me today, inshallah, I'll be talking about the role of technology, especially in enhancing accounting information. I'm also relating that with the theme of the international conference, which is more on sustainability and development goals that we are looking at. So to the ladies and gentlemen in the audience, good morning to all of you. So I hope everybody can bear with me, be patient on this. I know that we have quite a restricted amount of time, especially with the break previously. And I think after this, you'll be taking your break. So inshallah, I'll be talking about more on how technology is done, especially in the current point of time, and how technology actually have disrupted accounting information making, especially for the accounting student, inshallah. Right. So today we'll be first looking at several historical overview of accounting practices, the traditional accounting practices that we are looking at, which most of us familiar with, especially those with my age. Also the early usage of technology in the accounting field. Then we move towards how technology advancements is currently affecting or impacting the accounting practices. Then we'll see a bit of how the technological support currently that we have through the technological advancement is actually supporting the use of this information or this technology to gather data information for preparation of sustainable accounting reports. And I also have bring forward two corporate cases, which shows how the corporation uses information technology or the current latest technology to put forward the sustainability report that they have. And we'll conclude with the challenges and way forward that we are going to face, especially for the accounting profession, inshallah. Right. So a brief introduction on what and how accounting is done. If we're looking at the previous definition of accounting, so back in 1966, very traditional, very long ago, I know that we are in 2024. But basically, this is one of the proper definition of accounting. So it says that when we talk about accounting, accounting is a field where we have to supply decision useful information. And this decision useful information is in the form of financial information, which the accountants are expected to identify, measure, and communicate, especially pertaining to the economic information. And this information will be used to make informed judgment, especially by the users of information. And this is back in 1966. Now we are advancing, so this definition should change. So if you are going to the current definition, as by Carnage et al., she actually forwarded the notion that accounting definition should now be changed according to what we are currently having. So in 2022, back in 2022, 4 years back. So he says that accounting is a technical but also social and moral practice. So it's no longer just technical, it was also social and moral practice now. So he is including the SSG with whatever Dr. Agus was presenting. So it's not just focusing on how we capture information, but this is our social and moral obligation in this. And with this social and moral obligation, this also put in that we also have to input, we also have to report, we also have to provide sustainable information on how we use the current resources, how corporate uses their current resources allocated to them. And this will show how they are accountable in using all of these resources, making sure that all stakeholders, not just shareholders, stakeholders, it means that anybody who are affected by the corporation, these are all the stakeholders. So their stakeholders will know how the corporation is managing and utilizing the respective resources sustainably, right? And this will ensure that the corporation could flourish as an organization, as the people in it, and also to make sure that they are in charge and they are making sure that the respective natural environment are taken care of. So that's what we are looking at the current point of time. So coming back to the traditional accounting practice, I'll be brief on this. So if you are looking at the traditional accounting practices, we are known as the bookkeepers. Why are we the bookkeepers? We take information, we record information, transaction is done, and we are expected to capture this, put it into the books, make sure it balances. And this is what happens previously. So if you look at the pictures, the calculator that we have previously, that is something that we have. So we'll be looking at all of this information, put it into the respective journals, the respective books, accounts, and then make sure that this tallies at the end. So the traditional accounting practice is time consuming. You always hear that most of the accountants, they come in early in the morning, they go back late after the working hours. So most of them stay back to 8, 9 p.m. So they do not see the sun much. They are mostly in the dark, right? They come before the sun rise up, they go back after the sun actually sets. And with these processes, because it's normally manual in nature, we are prone to errors. So there'll be some errors in zeros or putting in the numbers. Say there are some errors in putting into the account. Maybe we miss one transaction. We put it one transaction into one record, but we miss another record. So we failed in the bookkeeping of double entry. And this is also bringing in the notion that when we look at accounting practices, we do manual balancing. What does that entail? It means that at the end of the period, at the end of the day, we are expected to tally the debits and the credits manually. I remember they used to call this the casting calculator. You put that in and it will have this long roll of paper, and this paper will tell you how much is the debit and how much is the credit. Imagine that you have 20,000 transactions or now million transactions. If you were to input that manually, you cannot balance in a day, right? So that's what happens previously. And the focus of traditional accounting practice is more on the reports. So the reports will tell them whether they are on the right or they are at the wrong side. If it balances, then it's good. If it is not balancing, then it will be a long balancing period. So I think the accounting students, most of you heard about the suspense account. So suspense account is basically if you cannot balance that day and it is already towards the end of the day itself and you can't do much on it, what you can do is put it into a suspense account, and this will be taken care of tomorrow when you find what is the error. So you have to reverse that back. So when we look at the traditional accounting practices, this is more labor intensive. This is more manual work. And because this is labor intensive, it is exhausting for the respective accountants. And that is why if you look at the traditional accounting professional, they are looked at somebody who are too into numbers, do not have time to make decision, do not utilize this information that we have from the accounting records to actually utilize it as a management tool, right? So that's because of the labor intensive nature that is. So once you put the report will be given to somebody else. These people or the management, they'll be looking at this report and making decision based on what is the availability in the report. But now we have advancement in information technology. So in the early stage, when we talk about information technology, people look at the computers. People look at, previously there was no laptop. It's just computers. It's super or microcomputers that they're having. They have servers within them, and they're looking at these respective computers are used to input the information that you have. So if you look at the early days, computer system or all of this software, it is mainly used for data entry. And then once you enter the data into the computer, then it will be processing this data. And I think of the data processing, that is mainly when you put into the computer to let them process the debits and credits, the respective entries that should be made. Then that's the processing side. However, another advancement was when we come up with the accounting software. So you'll be hearing more on this respective accounting software, where this is more prone to capture, making sure that you do not put in error. So you just put one transaction, the computer, the accounting software will take care of what is the debit, what is the credit. So you don't have to worry. The software itself is actually able to do that for you. So you don't have to think about it. So you don't have to find where is the debit and where is the credit. You just input one transaction. The software will take care of how and where to put it. The software will put it the respective account, respective journal, the respective report. So it is taken care of by the computer itself or by the technology itself in this case. And another addition to accounting software is you now can control errors. So when you do data processing, if you mistakenly put alphabet or symbols rather than the numbers, the system would put as a rejected, as this is an error. So there are some field that you can only put alphabets. There are some field that you can only put numbers, and there are some field that you can actually put symbols. So this is to control, making sure that the accountants do not make any mistakes, especially when we do data entry. And this is followed suit by another stage. So another stage is where we use automated reporting. So in this case, we use the point of sale. We use all of the system integrated into the accounting software. So accounting software is no longer standalone. Accounting software is not just with the accounting department or finance department. The accounting software is now linked with some other software in the business, whether this is stock, whether it's stock management, stock ordering, whether this is payment. So everything is now linked with accounting software. So what happens now is the accountant do not have to enter the data. It's actually captured on front end. So if you look at supermarket at that point of time, the point of sale, when any transaction is made in the counter, in the front line, all of this sale is captured directly and directly transmitted into the accounting software. And this accounting software is now able to identify and put it in the respective accounting records, right? So less manual transaction, less interference by humans, and it makes it more efficient in a sense because you don't have much time to put into it. But another thing that develops with this is basically now accountants are no longer just bookkeepers. Accountants are no longer just inputting numbers. Accountants now have the time to look at this report, to analyze this transaction, and to figure out what is the best decision to be made by using this information. So it's not just checking errors, not just inputting data. Then now the development of accountants is into thinking, into decision makers. So we'll be looking at this report, analyzing the information, so you can know what is the sale this month, what costs going up or going down. So how do we actually make sure that the transactions is proper for this month, so we can make some profit, or at least we break even. So now accountants have those tasks to do, and it's better because now I remember when technology was previously introduced, everybody was worried, I will be redundant as accountant if now software is there. Basically, you're not redundant. The manual work is now taken by the information system or technology. You have now to use your other skills, such as your thinking skill, analytical skill, your negotiation skill. So all of this now comes up because negotiation skill doesn't come with the computers or technology. So it is within you. So you have another aspect which you can actually improve on. Right, moving on. So when we look at the manual, the computer system, we are looking at more reducing errors, more control of the respective reports data, and we can churn timely reports. So if you are looking at previously closing, once you close every end of the month, normally you'll be having several days or weeks before you can actually produce the report. Nowadays, you can just close it tonight. Tomorrow, you already have the report. Even in a very good computer system and servers, you can actually produce the report in there and done. So you can just stop saying that I want the report by all transaction as at 7 p.m. So all transaction as at 7 p.m. will be reported to you. So now with the current technology, you do not stop your transaction. You do not stop your business. It's 24 hours. People can just do business online. People can transact online. You don't have to stop your system because you stop recording. There's no such thing. So reports can be generated. All of this is now automated. So everything is captured properly. We also look at the initial technology also provide data mapping. So you now can put the respective data into meaningful information. So if I'm the manager, I want to know what is our expected cost or forecasted cost for next month. So the system will analyze the respective data, map it properly, and put it forward for you to actually do a forecast. So data mapping is now available because all of this data are stored in proper sequence or tables in the system. Right. And the other advantage of the new technology or computer system is data storage. You do not have to print all of those papers and put it into one room or two rooms of files because we are required to put the respective information for evidences, especially for the auditors. So we no longer need that. So most of the data is stored in previously CD or tapes or disk, but nowadays it's just in servers or cloud nowadays. So all of this actually are the objective of the previous generation when we started with the new accounting, the new technology, especially computers in the accounting system. Right. What we are interested today or in this session especially is looking at what is the current technology advancement in accounting and how does it help the accountants in actually capturing information, making sure that we can provide the best decisions, the best information. So the managers, all of the users' information can make decision based on this information that we have. Right. So these are several of the current hype that we are looking at technology. So we have AI, artificial intelligence. So I think most of us, especially the lecturers, we are worried about ChatGPT, right? Because now ChatGPT, you can just command ChatGPT, say that my lecturer needs an assignment talking about sustainability accounting. So ChatGPT will be generating this for you to actually look at that. So that's artificial intelligence. So what does artificial intelligence do? So what they do is they actually go to the net because the net is now big. Everybody can access to the net. So artificial intelligence can go to the net, search all of available information in the net, and then come up with information that they compile based on this. If this is us, we will be reading each journals, and that takes a time. So if the journal is 20 pages, it might take you half a day just to understand what the researcher is talking about. But with the having AI, it can actually capture all of the information, multiple sources available, and come up with a summary of what is happening. But it is not just AI alone. So we have now, aside from AI, machine learning. What does machine learning say? Machine learning is every time you tell the system, I actually want this, I actually want this. So every time you refine your search, refine your parameters, it will learn what you actually need. So most of us have IG, right? So if you look IG, we have this algorithm. So if you are into, say, a hobby and the hobby is cooking, so the algorithm will, by machine learning, will tell you, because they know that this is you like to look at menus or cooking or recipes. So it will generate all of this to put forward to you as your interest. So that is machine learning. So machine learning is looking at how to actually understand the user better and provide them the probable information that they need. I might not be into it, but it's just probable based on what they learn of your habit. That is what they give. On the transaction side, we have blockchain. So blockchain is a technology where they verify all of this transaction without you worrying that this transaction is not real transactions. So they put a security that this is you, and they understand you, and this transaction is not going to be erasable. They'll put it into the record. They have the respective security verification under blockchain, so they know it is from you. If you're transferring to somebody else, the receiver information is also known under the blockchain. So all of this information are actually linked. And this information archive, it can be accessed by the respective people or users, but this is going to be there under highly secure environment. So this help us, especially if you're looking at securing transactions. So this also helps the accountants. In addition to that, we also have big data. So what does big data mean? Big data means that you can easily analyze what is the current trend. The problem for us, if you're looking at IFRS standards, right, we have issues on how do we come up with the actual amount for contingencies or provision, because we are not so sure what is the actual amount. So when we look at the current technology, they can utilize big data and look at what is the current information on, say, if this is a contingency or provision because of the current climate change. We are currently having too much rain, flooding everywhere. So what they see is they'll generate all of this information, they'll collect all of this big data and tell you that this is the practices that we have across board. And this will help us as accountant making decision, because previously when we talk about contingency and provision, it is more on a guessing efforts. It's not based on some concrete information or concrete data. But now big data is there. The system can actually provide that with this, and this is good enough. And we also have the notion of cloud computing. So what is cloud computing? Cloud computing is where you no longer need to put it in-house into your organization. So previously we have server costs a lot, server consume a lot of electricity. So if you're talking about sustainability, it is power driven. It is very highly talking about heat and everything. So this will be not good for the environment. But cloud computing is where the server is not with us. The server is elsewhere. It might be a controlled environment, safe environment, where sustainability might be the focus too. So when we look at this kind of environment, when we talk about cloud computing, you can do things directly in different location in the same time, in real time. So if I have a company, my company have say 100 branches across Indonesia. So everybody in the respective branch can utilize the system just through cloud computing. So we are working simultaneously through this. So like Zoom is part of cloud computing, because I'm here, you are there, we are connected to the Zoom servers, and we are doing works, in this case, having the conference together. So that's what we have in the current technological advancement. So what do we have contribution here? So from the impact of technology, we now have accuracy. So when we look at transaction, the system through AI, they'll identify that the normal transaction for this time of the month is this much, but today it is different. So they'll put a query. Are you sure that this is a transaction? Can the system actually look back whether this is correct transaction or not correct transaction? System will go to blockchain and verify that this information is totally what has been done today, right? It can also control any differences, any subjected differences from the respective days. So we look at patterns, and the system can control this and identify you the normal pattern is this, but there are some situation today that it is different. System can also provide you with the prediction and analyze the respective trends in the future. It also do some data analysis, so we can use scenario analysis for you if you are looking at the project. How beneficial will be the project in the future? If we are going to secure this kind of supplier, what is the respective scenario that we are looking at? So all of this is available by the system. We also have real-time access to data under cloud storage. So if you are in your company and all of a sudden your region, say in one of the region, the electric shut off, so that region is totally disrupted. If your server is in there, you cannot operate, right? But now you have cloud computing. You will not be disrupted. System will still go on. Transaction can still be done. It also enable collaboration. So we are from different part of the country. We can collaborate to do the work. Right. Also, if we're looking at the blockchain, the decentralized information, so now you don't have to go to one particular department or one particular bank. You can use the blockchain technology to actually put in your record, do a transaction, and this is a transparent record. And for blockchain itself, we are looking at control environment. So for the auditors, it will be easy for you to see that there's less risk of errors or less risk of fraudulent activities, because this is done through the blockchain. Right. So let's go a little bit on SDGs or Sustainable Development Goals. So I think Prof previously was talking about in Thailand, this is the situation. So these are several available guides for financial reporting, especially when we are talking about sustainability reporting. So people use CDP, Carbon Disclosure Project, or CDSB, GRI, ISO, and SSB. But most of the company, especially in the West, they actually use GRI because if you're looking at the table here, GRI and ISO actually have measurement or ways of reporting all of the 17 SDGs as given by the UN. Right, this is just latest report. So if you want to go for this report, I have a link here. So you can go to the dashboard. If you look at Indonesia itself, Indonesia is ranked 78 out of 166 countries with a score of 69% in your reporting of SDGs. So if you look at the respective SDGs, so no poverty, you are reporting it well. So it's green. Also, when you look at quality education, so it's also green. So these are some of the information that I have. We also have some report from Brunei, so I'm just going through it slowly. Brunei is lower as compared to Indonesia. We are ranked 96. Yours is higher at 78. So the spillover, the score is actually 67%. The problem with us in Brunei is, if you're going further, although this is Brunei SDG tracker. So as a national, as a country, we are trying to track as much as possible on the SDGs development. But if you look at all of these figures, right, in the light blue figures, that shows that we do not have sufficient indicators or sufficient data in that area. So we are not sure where we are. We can guess, but we are not sure. It is not based on concrete data. So that's what we have. And we in Brunei have now issued several reports. This is voluntary report. So we are looking at SDG, and the UN says we are achieving SDGs by the 2030. We are already in 2024. It's around 6 years to go, right? So what Brunei is trying to do is trying to compile as a nation, where are we under the SDG goals? So that's what we are doing currently. These are several guides, especially for GRI. I mentioned earlier, if you're talking about reporting, GRI is the main report used by most of the organization. This is how you do it. So if you look at how we are doing this, you need to first identify the SDGs, what is your prioritized SDGs, and which kind of content are you going to report. Look at your business objective and disclosures. 2.3 is in the important bit, the collect and analyze data. If you're looking at SDG, we have 17. There's a lot. And this is not just quantitative, it's also qualitative data, which means that you cannot see by numbers. So all of this information will need you to have some sort of tools to take all of this information so that you can actually form the respective reports that you have. Once you have this, then you can report the respective SDGs properly. Right? This is a study by PricewaterhouseCoopers. So they say that when you look at SDG reporting currently, it's not just until the output. We are looking at what is the impact, what is the value impact. So this is another thing, and you need to measure that properly. If this is just left to us traditional accountants, it would be very hard for us to actually provide this kind of information and report, right? But AI, all of this technology that we have, it can help us to collect all of this data, all of this information for your company, for the respective corporates, or even the country, and provide the respective information for your reporting of SDGs, especially in your financial statements or your sustainability reporting if it is not part of your financial statement. Yeah. Just quickly, sorry for this. So I have two different cases. So one is basically looking at the value change. So we are looking at one of the company. So here we are looking at two company. One is actually Walmart, one is Unilever. So current company is actually Unilever. So they inform us this is our value chain. This is what we want to improve. We want to make sure health and mental well-being. We have to look at environmental impact and also enhance livelihood. So they want to know who are the people, what are the resources that they're using, what are the respective financial resources that they're having, intangible assets, which is not going to be able to be quantified, tangible assets, suppliers, and stakeholders. So all of this information that they need, they use the respective technologies. So they use AI in research development to make sure that they use sustainable products or sustainable materials. They also use AI to do product design, so making sure that the product is safe for consumption, the product is actually environmental friendly. They also use AI to look at their supply chain and manufacturing activities, making sure that this is acceptable for everybody. So all of those under the supply chain management, they should be looking at SDG as part of the values that they're looking at. For the human, for the people under this company, Unilever, they look at recruitment and training, making sure that all of these people are aware of what sustainability is, aware on how we are going to support sustainability as a champion in this. Also using AI for sustainability that they're having. So they collect all of this data. It's very big data. Unilever is all across the world. It's a global company. So they have branches, different products. So when you talk about Pampers, you look at Colgate. So all of these are under Unilever. Unilever have multiple products. So they use AI to see all of this product are actually in line with the sustainability aim that they have. In addition to that, they also have AI to use customer engagement accessibility, so they can compile what is the customer feedback, what is your stakeholders' needs at this point of time, what is the comment on whatever your activities is. So all of this is compiled, and this is actually given to the company for them to actually look at and evaluate for the sustainability reporting. So that is the use. So we are no longer just using just numbers or figures in our accounting reports. We are now looking at sustainability reporting and how this information, this data is there. So you cannot just report something which you don't have, right? Or it will be some sort of greenwashing or SDG washing because you are just saying that, but basically there's none on this. So we are making sure that this is available for the respective users. The second company is Walmart. So what does Walmart do? So Walmart is also using the respective technological availability, especially in big data, machine learning, and also AI. First, to look at the product supply chain management, making sure that the mitigation of all of this impact of emissions are avoided. Through the respective supply chain, they also look at how much has been saved, especially in the logistics side on gasolines or gas. So this also can save environment. Avoiding plastic, making sure that this plastic which are non-decomposable, making sure that they can actually align with climate change and avoiding it. Regeneration of natural resources, they're making sure that you recycle, so you do not just take natural resources and waste it and actually deplete the natural resources. And a little bit, they also look at the circular economy, what you can use, what you can recycle, use it. And this is for the production of the products and services, right? So that's two cases. And these two cases looks at the data using technology to compile this and provide sustainability reporting for the respective companies. When we look at the way forward, what are we having? The challenges that we're having currently is one is the complexity of information. We are very comfortable with quantitative information, the numbers that you have. We have the sales, we have all of those report which are generating numbers from transaction. We can capture that. Accountants are very comfortable with all this. However, it's no longer just all of these numbers. We are looking at what is our impact on the environment, what is our impact on poverty, what is our impact on regeneration, or looking at education. So all of this is no longer just numbers. So what we do is if we can utilize technology to actually come up or collect all of this information and data, we can put it into a more meaningful information in our sustainability report for the respective users to actually use it and make decisions from it, right? But the complexity of information is something which we have to learn, train, and retrain to make sure that we got all of this. The more complex the world is, the more complex the information is. Until last year, I was not aware of what geopolitics is all about. But because of the geopolitics, this is basically how the tensions between countries, because of the respective boundaries that we're having, or trade activities across boundaries that we're having, now geopolitics is there. So this is another information which is needed if we are looking at our sustainability report. Secondly, we're looking at the challenge of data reliability. Most of the data are internet. Most of you have IG. Do you actually put in your real number? Do you use filter in your IG? So now we are having this challenge. Is this real? Is this actually pure data? So that's another challenge that we're having. Cultural transformation. So across the respective countries, respective people, there are advanced countries who are very into technology. There are countries who are maybe a little bit behind on technology. So this cultural transformation might also impact when we are using AI and all of this current latest technological tools that we're having, right? And we need to actually embrace this. But then if we are late into this game, then it will be at the back. But I'm happy to say, if you look at Indonesia, fintech, Indonesia is one of the leading fintech routes in Southeast Asia, even surpassing Malaysia and Singapore, right? right? So that shows that there's an advance in it. We also look at privacy and empowerment, because now whatever information that you put in the web, this is no longer a private information unless you put privacy on this. This information will stay in the net. If you delete it, people have downloaded it, people can actually make it spread it, and it will be a viral case, right? So privacy and empowerment is another challenge that we are looking at, especially in the data. And the last bit is the skill gap. So when we talk about skill gap, it's hard for us to transition from manual accounting to computer-based accounting. Transition from computer-based accounting to now the technological accounting, cloud computing, AI, that's another skill gap that we need to provide. But remember that we are here as what has been taught us through our religion. We are supposed to learn. We are supposed to embrace long life learning. So that's what long life learning is all about. So as accountant, do not feel very comfortable on what you have. Keep on learning, keep on exploring. Do not dismiss latest technology. So AI, when it first arrived at the university, we feel that, oh, this is going to ruin the assessment of students. So part of the resources that we have, faculty members says that we now no longer want electronic submitted assignments, because this might go to AI generated, so they don't want this. But we look at a different view. If AI can actually help the student to embrace more knowledge, to understand more experience or experiential learning through AI, why not? It will help us. It also help the student. So we understand that AI is coming. We have to inform the student, nurture the student, encourage the student that we can use AI as a tool. We are not going to be the servant of AI. We are going to use AI and use our other skills to actually utilize this for the good. And examples of other skill is thinking, analytical. We can do predictions. So the AI will just generate information for you. You are going to decide. You are going to actually think back and develop this information, right? Yes, I think that's all from me. So as a summary, where we look at the emergence of AI technology and accounting, it seems that technology is advancing. It is actually helping us, the accountants, to provide together, to actually explore all of the information available, especially relating to accounting, make our life better, make information better, and more evidences to back all of this information, so that we can put proper report. And this report is now better. It will be much more having the respective guided data information for the users to make a favorable decision, right? So I'll stop here. I'll give this back to the moderator. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Please give applause for Dr. Azrin. What an excellent presentation, very updated and insightful speech. There are 4 points that I can highlight from the Dr. Azrin presentation. First, accounting nowadays not just seen as technical knowledge, but also had social aspects and moral practice focus on sustainability, accountability, and the resource management. That must be very different from the traditional practices of accounting that were labor incentive and also prone to errors. The second, modern advance like artificial intelligence, blockchains, big data, cloud computing, and machine learning have brought significant benefits such as enhanced accuracy, anomaly detections, forecastings, and real-time data access. The third point is from the presentation, we learn how corporate use technology to improve their accounting and reporting process. And the last one, the advance of technologies nowadays like AI will not replace accountant as long as we can adapt with it, and we must use AI as a tools for us to help for our tax. Yeah. Thank you once again sharing with us, Dr. Azrin. please bear with us for a moment. Maybe we'll meet again after break. Thank you. Okay, now I want to remind and encourage you again, all the participants, and here on the online in Zoom to get engaged in this discussion by asking any questions to all of our speakers at the end of the last of our speakers later, because there will be a big rewards from committee for the selected questions that will be picked from the committee. Okay, based on the rundown, we'll go to break sessions for ISOMA for about half of an hour. So please take a break and we'll meet again in next 30 minutes. Thank you. I'll go back to the MC. Lecturer at University Malaysia Kelantan since 2019, where she also served as a postgraduate research coordinator and accounting program coordinator. In addition, she has held various roles, including associate fellow at Angkasa UMK Research Academy and adjunct research lecturer at European University Cyprus. Her involvement in research project has resulted in multiple grants, showcasing her commitment to advancing knowledge and innovation in her field. All right, without any wasting time, let's get connected with her on Zoom. Assalamualaikum. Hello, Dr. Siti.
Can you hear my voice?
Yeah, we can hear your voice clearly. Is my audio coming through okay?
Yes, it's clear.
Okay, thank you. It's a pleasure to have you here virtually. You have 45 minutes to deliver your speech. The time is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the MC, moderator as well, Mr. Abdal. And I also enjoy hearing to the discussion and sharing by Professor Muttanachai, Dr. Agus, and Dr. Azrin just now. So my presentation is not like far, which is similar to the context of our discussion today. Let me share the screen and please let me know if you can see them.
Yes, you can see the slide.
Can you see them?
Yes, you can see the slide.
Thank you. Let me, without further ado, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I would like to thank the organizer for the invitation to the International Conference Mulawarman Accounting Event 2024. I'm being honored for being participating in this event. And my title for the presentation is Green Accounting, Integrating Environmental Aspect into Financial Reporting. So first of all, I attracted to Dr. Azrin sharing just now, saying that accounting is no longer about the number. So it is beyond, it is about the social responsibility. It's about the moral practice. And numbers like profit, expenses, revenue is no longer sufficient to show accounting relevance in our daily life. So provided we have advanced technology nowadays, we have to make use of that, and we have experts in using it, in apply those technology in accounting disciplines. So we have to expand our business practice as well. And especially by looking at accounting beyond the figures and numbers. But one thing that we want to ponder, we want to question ourselves, how far we realize that the role of accounting in our business practice. How can we contribute as an accountant, as an expert in accounting field, into the practicing sustainability in business, like in promoting sustainability reporting and ESG or environmental reporting, or any other kind of similar names given to this discipline. So I would like to discuss further on that. First of all, we have to know what being referred to green accounting. So green accounting nowadays is have so many names and being defined by so many peoples. And however, although the definition is varies from one to another, it do not fall beyond the general definitions of accounting or green accounting itself is an approach that incorporates environmental costs into traditional financial accounting. So we know that we have technology, we have everything, but if we don't know what kind of impact our business make towards the environment, towards the society, towards the nature, how can we make use of that? And if we know the impact, however, we cannot evaluate or measure in terms of economic cost, how can we include or associate that cost as part of our business expenditure? Does that make sense to all of you? So the objective of green accounting is to measure the financial impact of a company's environmental actions and help decision makers to consider sustainability. After we gather all that information in terms of value, something that we can understand with value, with monetary value, with economy value, so that we can make decision afterwards. Green accounting integrates environmental aspect into financial reporting by how recognizing the environmental costs and benefits associated with companies' activities. Although we know all the costs, all the expenditures that may associate with environmental preservation and restoration whatsoever, it's still finally we have to know the benefits. We have to know whether the benefits is outweigh the cost, so that we can make sure that we can spend our limited resources on securing those benefits. All right. So why is that green accounting so important to all of us nowadays? Okay. First, it helps business to understand their environmental impact. We understand with the promotion of SDG, with the promotion of ESG around the world, we have so many concepts, so many theory in order to run the business, generate profit, and at the same time preserving our environment. But how can we contribute if we don't know how to evaluate them correctly and accurately, right? So this is the role of the importance of green accounting. It supports decision-making for sustainable practices and help us to align with global sustainability goals, which is known as SDG. As UN estimate that achieving SDG goals will require around 5 to 7 trillion USD annually by 2030, as to make sustainability accounting a priority. So after we know the cost, then we can decide, we can allocate our limited resources from our business to the justice to environments and to us as well. All right, so let's look on the two main roles of green accounting. First one, it helps for environmental impact evaluations. Green accounting assess the environmental effects of a company's operations, such as pollution, resources use, and waste generation. These impacts are measured and reported in financial terms, helping business understand the environmental costs they create. So we know that business people, they don't understand beyond numbers because they are generating profit from and using figures or numbers. So they have to understand how they can contribute in terms of figures and numbers as well. So this green accounting helps in evaluating those impact and producing numbers to them. And it also have a roles in green performance measurements. So companies use green accounting to track their environmental performance. How? Which is such as how well they are reducing emissions, using renewable energy, or managing waste. These can be done by using metrics, for example, to measure the efficiency, which helps to show if the company is improving its sustainability practice from the previous year, for example. So this is the two kinds of role provided by green accounting in this discipline. Let's go more specific. First, with the a kind of motivation for evaluating environment, okay, we know how to do the evaluation process. But first, the business need to have a motivation. So the motivation in this process is conducting environmental impact evaluation is worthy, as it helps companies identify and mitigate environmental risks, enhance sustainability, and improve long-term business resilience. How we can do this? By identifying environmental aspects, such as if we are producing pollutions, how much resource we use, and how much waste produced. That is how. And then, for example, this can be in terms of reporting on carbon emissions, energy usage, and water consumption by the business operational activities. How does this practical in our business practice? Like, global companies are increasingly reporting on this aspect in their financial statement, although it is voluntarily. As a case study, for example, from BP, British Petroleum, reported over USD 53 billion in environmental liabilities for the Gulf of Mexico oil spill under IAS 37. So these costs must be identified, must be recognized, admitted by the business so that it can be calculated. It can be presented in terms of numbers and then being incorporated into the financial statement. Now let's go specifically into this case study. Companies like BP, for example, just now, report USD 53 billion in environmental liabilities. So in order to do green accounting, in order to implement green accounting, we have to understand the term environmental liabilities. So environmental liabilities here refer to the legal obligations a company has for environmental remediation, restoration, or penalties related to damage caused by their operations in every aspect of business operation. These liabilities may include costs for cleaning up pollution, compensating for environmental harm, even for complying with environmental regulation, if they are being sued for conducting pollution or whatsoever. So companies must recognize and report these liabilities in their financial statement to reflect the potential future costs of environmental responsibility that can help them to manage future risks. This also supported or provided by IAS 37, which is to provide guidance on accounting for provision, contingent liabilities, and contingent asset. IAS 37 require company to recognize a provision, a liability of uncertainty timing or amount, when first there is a present obligation or legal or constructive as a result of past event. It is probable that an outflow of resources or economic benefit will be required to settle the obligation. A reliable estimate of the obligation can be made. The importance of green accounting, not just to understand the role, but we know what are the support, framework, standard legislation are there in order to implement it. So for the conclusion, IAS 37, in the context of environmental liabilities, companies are required to recognize provisions for environmental cleanup costs, restoration obligation, or other future expenses related to environmental damage if the above three criteria are met. This ensures transparency and provides an accurate financial reflection of potential environmental costs. That's how it is being recognized and being identified. Another aspect or role of green accounting is from the aspect of performance measurement. Green performance measurement in green accounting evaluates a company's environmental efficiency by tracking metrics like what normal business consume energy, produce carbon emission out of it, and resource use to ensure sustainable business practice and environmental responsibility. How? By tracking companies' progress in improving environmental performance. For example, we can use metrics in to see reduction in energy consumptions, waste minimization, and use of renewable resources. Let's see the case study of Stellantis. If you know, if you do not familiar with the brand Stellantis, it is a company that produces several famous brands like Peugeot, Chrysler, Maserati, and a few more. Let's see how they are being incorporate this identification of environmental elements in their financial reporting. Stellantis, the parent company of Peugeot. I mentioned Peugeot here because we are, maybe most of us know this brand, and I'm not sure if I pronounce it correct. It is one of the world's leading automotive manufacturers. So with the automotive industry under increasing scrutiny for its environmental impact, Stellantis has embraced green accounting and environmental reporting as part of its broader corporate responsibility strategy. The company annual sustainability report reflects its commitment to reduce its environmental footprint across its operation and or product line. Let's see by Stellantis report on its progress to reduce CO2 emission, so both from its vehicle and manufacturing processes. In 2023, for example, Stellantis set a target to achieve carbon neutrality by 2033 and to reduce 50% of its carbon footprint by 2030. So as of their most recent report, they achieved a 15% reduction in emission compared to 2020 levels. Another aspect, electrification and hybrid vehicle. Stellantis has committed to having 100% electric passenger cars in Europe by 2030, aiming to address the growing demand for eco-friendly vehicles. So in 2022, Peugeot, one of its brands, launched fully electric version of its most popular models, like the Peugeot E208, and continue expanding its hybrid vehicle offering. Not just that, The company focused on minimizing waste through the circular economy by recycling material used in the production process and increasing energy efficiency. So in 2023, Stellantis reported that it had recycled 90% of its waste from vehicle production plants globally. And one more about reporting framework. Stellantis adhere to global sustainability framework like the Global Reporting Initiative (GRI) and Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosure (TCFD). This ensures their environmental reporting is transparent, measurable, and aligned with global best practice. To sum, Stellantis' aggressive push towards electrification shows the company's commitment to reduce its environmental impact, a crucial part of its strategy to meet future regulatory requirements and consumer demand for sustainability. So, their comprehensive sustainability reporting highlights the importance of transparency in attracting investors interested in ESG performance and increasing trend in the automotive industry. So that is one case study by Peugeot when they are trying to implement green accounting and incorporate into a sustainability reporting. Let's see another case study by Safi. Safi is a popular Malaysian halal personal care brand, while it has not published a formal sustainability report. The company emphasizes eco-friendly practices, particularly in its product sourcing and packaging. If you go to Safi websites, you cannot find any formal report related to environmental and sustainability. But it is not stopping Safi to do or to use green accounting in promoting ESG and SDG. What they did, they are focusing more on sustainability resourcing. Safi focused on sourcing halal certified natural ingredient for its product, minimizing the use of harmful chemical, which contribute to reducing its environmental impact. The sustainable sourcing align with both Islamic principle and growing consumer demand for eco-friendly products. Then they also use eco-friendly packaging. Although Safi has not issued formal sustainability report, the company has promoted its effort to use biodegradable and recyclable packaging materials. This shift reduces plastic waste and contributes to environmental conservation efforts, which resonates with environmentally conscious consumer. Another one is energy and water efficiency in manufacturing. Safi's parent company, known as Wipro Unza, is part of the larger Wipro Limited, which has a sustainability commitment based in India. While specific data on Safi is not available, Wipro broader commitment to water and energy efficiency in its production facility likely extends to Safi. Wipro reports significant reduction in water consumption and energy use in factories globally. Although you can see that in both examples, there are some similarity and differences. Green accounting can provide environmental impact evaluation. However, it not necessarily linked to the reporting. So let's sum the Safi case study. Safi sustainability efforts are primarily focused on product ingredients and packaging, reflecting consumer demands for eco-friendly personal care products. Unlike Stellantis, Safi lacks formalized environmental impact evaluation and reporting. However, as sustainability grows in importance, Safi could benefit from adopting global frameworks like the GRI to measure and report its environmental impact in a more structured and standardized way. Let's see. The comparison that we can take from these two case studies, Stellantis and Safi, in terms of the formal versus informal reporting, the carbon emission focus, and future opportunities. Stellantis demonstrates structured and formal environmental reporting, adhering to global standards like GRI and TCFD. which provide transparency and align the company with global sustainability goals. SAFI, on the other hand, focusing on sustainability but lacks formal environmental reports, which could limit their visibility in the global sustainability landscape. Shows that although we have green accounting, we need to integrate it with the environmental reporting and sustainability reporting, as mentioned by the previous discussion. In terms of carbon emission focus, Stellantis has a clear focus on reducing carbon emissions with detailed reporting on their progress. In contrast, SAFI efforts are more focused on sustainable sourcing and packaging, which are important but lack comprehensive data on emissions and energy use, showing the importance of integrating the process of green accounting and reporting. In terms of future opportunity for SAFI, adopting a formal sustainability reporting framework could enhance its market reputation, attract eco-conscious consumers, and align the company with global trends in green accounting. Stellantis, meanwhile, continue to build its strategy around electric vehicle and sustainable production, positioning itself as a leader in environmental responsibility in the automotive sector. Let's see, IFRS guidance on green accounting. While IFRS does not have a specific green accounting standard, although we know somehow from Professor just now that IFRS tried to introduce IFRS S1 and S2 for sustainability, but it not focus on green accounting itself. Although it includes provision related to environmental aspects such as IAS 16 and IAS 37. Like for IAS 16, property, plant and equipment, it is more related to the asset used in environmental protection. And for IAS 37, it is focused on provision, contingent liability and contingent asset for liabilities for environmental damages. Like, for example, a real-life example under IAS 37 shall disclose environmental provisions for over $5 billion USD in 2022 for dismantling oil rigs. What are other relevant accounting standards? So I believe you all already know that we have been discussed for a while just now. While FRS does not have a specific green accounting standard, it includes provision related to environmental aspect from GRI, for example, Global Reporting Initiative standards that provide guidelines for sustainability reporting, encourage business to disclose environmental impacts, or from TCFD, for example, Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosure, that focus on climate risk disclosure in financial reporting, which shows fact over 1,500 companies globally have adopted TCFD recommendations. Now, I would like to bring a little bit from our local aspect. How local business in actions toward green accounting and reporting. For example, Petronas from Malaysia. Petronas Malaysia National Oil and Gas Company. It integrates environmental sustainability reporting into its financial statements and annual sustainability reports. What they do, they report on greenhouse gas emission, energy usage, water management, and environmental conservation efforts. Petronas aligns its reporting with global standard, for example, from GRI, and adopt a long-term strategy towards reducing its carbon footprint and supporting environmental sustainability. Let's look from Indonesian landscape. In Indonesia, they have Pertamina, right? An Indonesian state-owned oil and gas company also has incorporated environmental, social, and governance ESG principle into its reporting. The company provides detailed disclosures on emissions reduction, energy efficiency initiative, and effort to minimize environmental impact. So Pertamina follow GRI standard as well and other environmental framework to ensure transparent reporting on sustainability as part of its corporate governance and financial disclosure. So green accounting, in terms of achieving the SDGs, it directly contributes to goals like SDG 13, for example, which is climate action, and SDG 12. It helps align business operation with global sustainability objective. And for the fact that over 80% of business adopting green accounting report improvement in achieving SDG related target, showing that green accounting helps to promote business in complying with SDGs. However, this should not just come with the achievement. It also comes with a great challenge and limitation, such as lack of standardized global guidelines, as mentioned, difficulty in quantifying environmental costs. So it is not easy. We could not find value if the activities or impact is not measurable. Resistance from company due to perceived costs. Deloitte's study found that 60% of organizations are unsure about the resources required to meet new sustainability reporting obligations. And over 45% of organizations have identified gaps in their reporting capability, with data often disjointed across geographies and lacking the quality and controls needed to meet assurance standards. However, we still need to motivate the businesses, ourselves, the nations, the countries towards using what we call a practical method in achieving sustainability. The report from Deloitte shows potential for long-term value creation through sustainability reporting, where about 35% of organizations already seeing increased revenue from sustainability initiative, while another 35% report business innovation. Although the number is not high, but we can see a progress. Sustainability reporting can enhance employee engagement and attract top talent, as organizations with a strong focus on people and planet are more likely to be seen as industry leaders. Achieving assurance-ready sustainability reporting offers clear benefits, including mitigating regulatory risks, enhancing reputation, and building business resilience. So I think that's all from my presentation. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. Please give big applause for Dr. Siti Afiqah. What an excellent and insightful speech. There are 4 points that I can highlight from the Dr. Siti Afiqah presentations. First, green accounting helped businesses to understand their environmental footprints, support sustainable decision-making, and addresses the global needs for responsible environmental practices. And the second, metrics such as energy consumptions, carbon emissions, and resources use are tracked to evaluate a company's environmental efficiency. And the third, despite its benefits, there are some obstacles, such as lack of standardized guidelines and difficulties in quantifying environmental costs. And last highlights, over 80% of business already adopting green accounting report improvements in meeting the SDGs targets or standard, particularly related to the climate actions and responsible consumption. So thank you very much for sharing with us. And please bear with us for the moment. Now, finally, we'll begin to our Q&A sessions. Yeah, I think I can see there is several questions in chat in Zoom. Let's see. All right. There is our first question is from Ms. Setiawaty from Mataram University. This question is for our first speaker, Associate Professor Muttanachai Suttipun. Are you still with us?
Yep, I already answer Sipachawati already. The first question is I answer is I think the IFRS S1 and S2 will change the Thailand non-financial reporting, as well as we have IFRS changing the financial reporting. Actually, that long time ago, before 2012, Thailand accounting standard, we withdraw that accounting standard from US GAAP, not IFRS. So when we become that ASEAN Economic Community, so we use the IFRS. So for non-financial information reporting, I believe that because at the end of this year, we are going to activate that S1 and S2. So I think that is my question. That is my answer from the question 1. For the question 2, I feel that both financial and non-financial information reporting will be provided under the IFRS in ASEAN region. So I think Indonesian firm and the Indonesian academic can prepare the change into your country as well. I think that what I answer. All right.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Well, I think it's very clear for the answer. I hope Ms. Panchawati can understand the answer. The second question is for Mr. Muhammad Azrin. Are you with us? I think we will continue to next questions for Dr. Siti Afiqah. This is from Abel, our students in Mulawarman University. The question is, what are the key obstacles? What are the key obstacles that companies face when implementing green accounting practices? And how can this be overcome to align better with global sustainability standards such as GRI and TCFD?
Thank you, Abel. Thank you for the questions. Actually, the challenges are varied because, business are unique itself. Every business are different in terms of their operational activities. So it depends on their natures. Company such as in oil and gas industry might find more difficult in terms of measuring the impact their business operational activities impact towards the environments, as they are dealing with liquid, with something is material coming from earth, which is from the ground, some can be found in the sea, in the deep sea. So it depends on the nature of the business itself. But some are easy to recognize or measure the impact towards the environment, such as you can see the micro business around us selling goreng pisang, for example, selling kueh, for example. How can they try to measure the impacts to the environment by, for example, managing the waste of used oil from goreng the pisang, right? So it depends on types, the uniqueness of the business itself in terms of measuring or evaluating the impact of the activity towards the environments. And of course, these challenges is also depends on the availability of the standards, as you mentioned just now. So as Prof mentions, IFRS also now working towards of introducing specific standard for those S1 and S2, and I believe that sooner or later there will be a specific IFRS that meets different size of business and organization to accommodate the implementation of the green accounting. I think that's from my side.
Sorry, yeah, thank you. Thank you for the answer, Dr. Siti Afiqah. I think that's clear answer. I think Dr. Azrin still connected with Dr. Azrin for a while. Maybe from the venue, there is any question?
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Perkenalkan, nama saya Arthur Welas Nicholas. Pertanyaan yang ingin saya tanyakan ialah untuk Ibu Agus. Bagaimana ESG report ini bisa sampai memperkirakan iklim lingkungan kita? Apa yang dibawa oleh ESG sehingga lingkup penelusurannya sangat luas? Dan bagaimana angka-angka di dalam akuntansi bertugas di dalam ESG report? Apa yang dilakukan oleh angka-angka di dalam akuntansi ini di dalam ESG report? Sekian itu saja, Bu. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih Mas Arthur. Jadi kalau bicara angka-angka akuntansi yang kemudian nanti akan dipublikasikan di dalam integrated reporting itu sangat banyak, artinya nanti salah satu misalnya adalah bagaimana effort daripada companies itu di dalam mengurangi limbah misalnya. Nanti di sini akuntan itu akan berperan di dalam melakukan pengukuran, penilaian terhadap biaya-biaya untuk melakukan controlling terhadap limbah yang contohnya misalnya akan masuk ke laut misalnya, atau limbah hasil dari aktivitas produksi perusahaan. Nah dari situ kemudian kalau dikaitkan dengan tadi apa yang saya bahas di dalam dampak challenges-nya bagi profesi auditor adalah auditor kemudian yang nanti akan melakukan verifikasi, memverify apa yang dilakukan oleh preparer, dalam hal ini adalah akuntan dari perusahaan. Apakah misalnya biaya-biaya yang diakui itu reliable, akurat, untuk kemudian nanti hasil daripada audit itu akan disampaikan kepada stakeholders sehingga laporan integrated reportnya itu lebih andal karena telah di assurance oleh auditor. Itu contoh, salah satu contoh daripada bagaimana angka-angka akuntansi itu nanti kemudian akan sangat bermakna, yang hal ini diwakili oleh profesi akuntan untuk bisa menyiapkan informasi terkait dengan praktik sustainability yang ada di suatu perusahaan. Seperti itu. Semoga terjawab ya. Terima kasih.
Ya, sudah terjawab ya. Alright. Is there any question from this or participant?
Hello, my name is Mela Budiono. I'm from Accounting 2023. So I want to ask to Dr. Siti. So my questions is on point local business in action towards green accounting and reporting. So my question is, how are greenhouse gas emissions calculated and verified? Are there any limitations or biases in the data collections and analysis process? And there are also what specific metrics and indicators are used to measure environmental performance? That's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you for the questions. So we have if you have heard before, the terms of carbon management accounting. So carbon management accounting, for example, we use energy consumption such as our electricity bills, and to know how many kilowatts we are using for our business operation in order to produce some productivity numbers. So when we know the numbers of the kilowatt or the energy consumption, for example, we know that how many carbon emission that we are producing, releasing towards the environments. So whenever we are trying to manage or to improve the performance of, contribute towards sustainability, we are going to reduce the usage of electricity. That is what some business do. I think that helps to answer your questions.
Okay, thank you for the answer.
Sorry, can I interrupt and then can I add some more comment on this point?
Yes, please, Prof.
Yep. Actually, one of the real challenge on that sustainable management is the carbon emissions, because after I work for several research, carbon emission is directly affect to that primary profit. So it means there are two different channels that listed company or firm have to consider if they would like to. It means they are going to reduce their sales. That also directly linked to the profit. But if they don't, they're going to focus on the stakeholder demand, social expectations. That's why I think if I gonna add another reason, from the Dr. Siti is I think the board composition, especially that managerial board, have to work hard on this. For example, what I found is one, the company change that managerial board. Most the managerial board focus on economic development rather than social and environmental responsibility. So they're gonna provide more carbon emission, rather than they reduce the carbon emission. So I think this kind of thing is quite interesting, the question, and a kind of challenge for that listed company around the world. I think that's all for my answer.
Thank you very much for the additional answer, Prof. All right, there is one question from Ms. Musfianti. The first question is for Prof. Muttanachai. How can corporate governance be explored in companies claiming to implement renewable energy management, and what important aspects are relevant as forms of financial and non-financial informations? And the second question is for Dr. Siti. The third question, what are the detailed stage in exploring the implementation and impact of green accounting and green innovation carried out by non-public companies? Maybe for Prof. Muttanachai can answer the first question.
So far, because this issue still voluntary reporting, So I also believe that it is hard to claim because in my research I found just only that descriptive information. They don't add into the number and the money. So I think until the IFRS, I don't know which number, provide about the renewable energy management, we are going to see what's going on in the future. And then don't worry, it's gonna go to be in the metric of governance, risk management, strategic metric and target. So until that time, until that point, we are going to see what corporate governance can explore. I think that my answer.
All right, thank you very much for the answer. And for next question, for Dr. Siti, please get response for the questions.
Thank you, Mr. Avadam. So the detail stage is, I mean, it is not a simple way, but we already have the existing practice for that. So what the business need to do is to get aware about the existing practice and try to implement it. And after the implementation, of course, in order to know whether the implementation is good enough to the business in order to support the sustainability practice, or in order to benefit the organization or the nation, they have to assess the implementation. So first, what they need to do is to study about the current practice, make aware of it, okay, and then implement it, and of course, evaluate the implementation. That's from me.
Okay, thank you very much for the answer. Well, I think we still lost connection with Dr. Azrin, even though there is several questions for him. Is there any question for Dr. Agus or Dr. Siti or Prof. Muttanachai or our first speaker? Anyone? Yeah, there is one question.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, I want to ask to Ms. Afiqah about the previous explanation. So she mentioned that about green accounting in broader way. What we know is accounting is about recording and showing the report by the company. It's about financial report. So what I mean by that is, I want to ask about how can accounting can impact to the environment. Ever since that you explained about environment, economic and government. So how come the accounting can impact directly or indirectly to the environment? Which is, let's take an example. When we eat something like this, it creates disposal and it creates like direct impact when we waste or make a garbage with that. So how can accounting can create impactful to the environment and create sustainability about that? And how could it be related to the environment and sustainability, which is in a simple way about accounting?
All right. Siti, you can clear.
Thank you for the questions. I really like the questions.
To be clear, how can accounting can impact directly or indirectly to the environment, which is we know accounting is about showing us or reporting about the financial report by the company to the environment, to the society or to the government. And the question is, how can accounting, it's just about a bunch of number, can impact to the environment?
Thank you. Thank you. I got your questions already. So surprisingly, right, that that's what we learned during our undergraduate study. Accounting is about recording, analyzing, and reporting numbers and figures into financial statement, right? However, accounting is actually a very broad discipline, like what has been said by Dr. Azrin just now. It's includes about moral practice, about responsibility, and also about measuring the performance, and also about managing risk. So accounting, we as accounting students or accounting scholars, we have to open our mind actually. Accounting is broad. It's not only about recording. It's not only about reporting. It's about measuring as well. Measuring the performance, measuring the impact. For example, like you said, you showed me the example of the packaging of food. Besides how we can use accounting to assess the impact towards the environment. For example, let's say the packaging there attached with the brand from your company, for example, and you sell the product to the consumer. And unfortunately, your consumer only know how to use the product and put the garbage just wherever they want without try to being concerned towards the environment. And then the authority found that there are a lot of plastic bag coming from your company selling, which is this plastic bags actually contribute to the environmental pollutions, and all people see that publicly your company is contributing towards the pollutions. So what has been done towards your reputation, your business reputation? And from that, you can take actions of producing a type of packaging which is more friendly to the environment. So whenever the consumer use and throw it out into the ground and it dissolve into the ground, so it gives you a good reputation as well. But to do all that, it involves costs that need to be concerned, like Prof said just now. If we want to preserve environment, it comes with a specific cost, which is concerned to our stakeholders, to our shareholders who contribute their money in order, in expectation of return from their investment. So it involves every aspect of measuring your business activities and impact and future expenses that your business need to concern about, like litigation from what happened in the business practice. I think I hope this answer helps you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the answers. Yeah, as accountant, we must open our mind because accounting not just number or reporting, but also we have important roles to measure about the sustainability and etc. Yeah.
Sorry, Mr. Abadan, can I give some additional
you can give the additional
answer for siapa? What's your name, Mas? Firdaus, Mas Firdaus. Just as I give samples before, the even if we talk about the numbers, the content will the content is a person or people who measure how much the effort of the companies to do sustainability practices, and then from that, because sustainability practices need effort need cost, and the content people who measure how the cost expenditure by the company to demonstrate the concern to the sustainability. And then after that, the content will be disclosed in the integrated sustainability reporting. And the other profession in accounting is talk about the auditors. Auditors, people who verify the accuracy and also the relevancy and also the reliability of the information prepared by the management. I think that's all.
Thank you very much for additional answer, Dr. Agus. Well, I think we can get connect to Dr. Azrin. Dr. Azrin, you already with us? Dr. Azrin. I think that we still get Dr. Azrin.
He cannot switch his mic. Open her mic now.
The committee, please open the mic for Dr. Azrin.
Yeah. Assalamualaikum. Can you hear me now?
Waalaikumsalam.
Okay,
Yeah, you can.
thank
We
you.
can hear you.
Right. Sorry.
Yeah, it's okay, Mr. Azrin. There is two questions. The first question is, could you explain how blockchain technology can support accountability and security in sustainable financial reporting? And what are the main challenges to be faced in its implementation? This question is from Tareta Carlita, our students.
Right. So can I answer that first?
Yeah, you can
Yeah.
answer.
Okay. Thank you. So basically, when we talk about blockchain technology, so this is a kind of network where we have several different um, authorities or coordination where we reconfirm on who is actually doing the transaction, who are the respective recipient, what is the amount, what are the records needed, what are the documents to verify this transaction. So blockchain is that technology which actually have quite a powerful security, if I can say. So most of this blockchain, initially it was done to um, interfere with the financial transaction. So we are talking mostly on banks. So they are disrupting banks. They're disrupting most of this online transactions. So that's what blockchain is. But the good thing about blockchain is you can transact from anywhere in the world. To perform certain specific transaction with, say, a company or a corporation or a bank, and you can do it in a very secure environment. So nobody will hijack your information. Nobody can delete or edit your transaction. It is recorded by the system. It is not changeable. If you need to do that, then you do have to do another transaction to correct it. But all of this is recorded. It is transparent, so whoever is receiving it can actually access the respective data, and this data will be stored. It will not be deleted. It will not be purged. For some of us, if you look at the previous system, say like the invoice or the computer system, after certain years, it can be just purged. And once you purge it, you cannot access it anymore. But in blockchain, this is a quite powerful technology. It will keep it there and be transparent to anybody on this. So when we look at blockchain, one of the application for blockchain is I hope that you have heard this term of open book accounting, where you are the company, you have your supplier, so you can access the accounts of your supplier. Your supplier can access your financial account at real time through this blockchain technology. So it's transparent. They cannot disrupt your record. They cannot change your record. You can also access the information. They cannot change anything on the end. But this is an open book. So you can actually have the same information, real-time information, so you can know when you want to reorder, if you want to know what are the respective performance of your supplier. Because so what we want in our supply management is we want to make sure that our supplier will be there in the future, right? You do not want them to go bankrupt or to just disappear. So if you have this open book technology, you can actually help them if they're in need. So when we talk about blockchain technology, especially in the sustainable reporting, right? When we look at blockchain, there are certain information that we have. I give you the example of the two company, right? They're looking at your supply chain, your suppliers. So if you utilize blockchain technology to actually look at what is the sustainable information or sustainable activities of your supply chain. So we are looking at these respective suppliers. Are they buying from good suppliers outside, or are they using sustainable raw materials? Are they having any involvement in fines for ecological or environmental issues? So all of this will be available to you. So you can use this blockchain technology and look at this data because it's transparent. You can actually access to it. They cannot change it. You cannot change it. It's just there for our record and for information. So when we use this, when you want to report on your sustainability report on your supply chain, for example, you can show them that based on the data that you have, maybe 90% of our supplier are actually using ecological or environmental friendly resources. So you can have that. Coming back to the challenges, the thing about blockchain is not everybody is keen to accept it. Remember, like if I'm a company, you're another company, to open my book to you, to utilize this intermediated tool as a blockchain, we might have some issues. One, my technology might not be updated as yours. Secondly, maybe I'm not comfortable to use or subscribe to blockchain technology as yet. So when we have this will be some hindrance or challenges if you are looking at blockchain, especially to use this to collect data for your sustainable reporting. So that's something that you might consider. So I hope I answered the question.
Any additional answer from Dr. Agus maybe?
Okay, talking about the technology for the accountant profession, it's also expand to the auditor, yeah. Because as I mentioned in my presentation, the future of ESG audit will be attached to the technology-driven audits. So the ESG audit will leverage advanced technology such as data analytics, artificial intelligence, and also blockchains to improve data collection and also analysis and verification processes. So the result of the audit will be more robust and also efficient. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for the answer, Dr. Azrin and Dr. Agus. I think it's clearly answered for the question. The next question, I think, is similar like the previous. So I think we go to the next question. The next question is from Jeremy Alexander from Mulawarman University. For Dr. Azrin, how do you ensure that technology will not replace humans in the execution of accounting? When we look at capabilities, technology is far more advanced than humans. It can create more reliable and objective analysis. This question is related to the sustainability of the social aspect. Please respond for that question.
Right. Thank you. That's a good question. This is always a fear for us as accountants, right? When technology comes in, we are afraid that technology will be taking over all of our profession, all of what we are doing things. But remember that when we look at technology, especially the digital technology is based on rules. It's based on 1010, yes or no. So it's basically based on rules. So the technology have limited capacity to think at this point of time. But us as human, we are actually inventing this technology. When we invent this technology, we invent it to make sure that it actually give us an easier way to do our work. I remember talking this to my students. So when we talk about technology, we are human. As a human nature, we always find the simplest way to do things. So technology is giving us the simplest way of executing the task that we are assigned with. So when we look at the accounting task, there are certain laborious aspects which we want technology to take over. But there are some other aspects, as I opened up to you earlier, when we started the computer generation or computer introduction, we no longer are built up or burnt out with all of those data input or automated processes that we are doing manually. But now we are given the report. So now we have the ability to think about what is happening in the report, what is the analysis of this, how can we further advance the company, what is the whether this aligns with our strategy or does not align with strategy. So this gives us a different opportunity to expand, to develop the accounting profession. So if you look at most of the accountants, most of the CFO or chief financial officers, they are mostly in line as the second line, whether they are deputy CEO or they will be the future CEO in the company, because of the capability that this accounting have in interpreting the numbers of the organization and changing that into relevant strategies, relevant future outlook of the company or planning. So it is what we are having. So if we are saying that the AI or the latest technology will replace us, only if we do not develop ourselves. Remember that we are actually inventing this to help us in our task. If you do not want to develop yourself above this, beyond this, outside the box of the accounting task, then you will be replaceable. However, if you started to utilize your other skills, your thinking skills, communication skill, negotiation skill, then now you'll be different. Now you can actually control the technology to benefit you, and this is what we are supposed to do. So you will not be redundant. You will not be out of the profession with this. And it's unique in a sense that when we have this, um, most of you, right, the students, when you actually wanted to do your task, to do your respective assignments, you want to find what is the shortcut on this. Can I just copy in Excel? Can I just download from the databases such as Bloomberg? You are utilizing technology, but can Bloomberg analyze for you? No, you are the one who's going to be putting the parameters, saying that I want this, I want that. Please process this for me. The computer or the system will process for you. But you are the ultimate decision maker in this thing. And I think this is related to the topic that we're presenting today. How does technology give you more efficient way of decision making? And that's us as the human accountant to be. And I hope that clear your worries of being redundant. So keep on learning, keep on being on top of the technology. So when we heard about changes in technology, do not take it negatively. Look at how we can actually use this technology, not how the technology can replace us. How can we go one step above the technology so that we can be in control? Right. Thank you. I hope that answered the question.
Thank you, Dr. Azrin, for the inspirational answer. Maybe, Dr. Agus, additional.
Maybe I can give just a simple thing that, for example, why I agree with you about how the strategic thinking just only doing by a human. Yeah. Just simple thing. For example, there are AI for making presentation, but we cannot just depend on that AI because we need to analyze whether the presentation is already coherent and relevant with our needs. So we must need to have further follow up for that AI. I think that's all.
Yeah, thank you very much for the answer, Dr. Agus. I think it is the last questions. All right. Yeah. Okay. This is maybe the end of the Q&A sessions, and this is also the end of my duties as moderator. Thank you very much for Dr. Azrin, Dr. Siti, and Dr. Agus for sharing with us. And as a moderator, I want to apologize if I have unspoken or maybe some inappropriate behavior. Thank you for all the attention and opportunities for me. I will pass to the MC.
The next agenda is the handover of certificate to our speaker, who will be presented by the head of committee of Mulawarman Accounting Event 2024 and the Head of Himpunan Mahasiswa Jurusan Akuntansi 2024. To Arthur Wallace and Akmal Sakif, please come forward.
Acara selanjutnya, penyerahan sertifikat kepada pemateri oleh Ketua Mulawarman Accounting Event 2024 dan Ketua Umum HMJ Akuntansi 2024. Kepada Saudara Arthur Wallace dan Akmal Sakif Putra dimohon untuk maju ke depan.
The handover of the first certificate to Mr. Muttanachai, Suttipun. The certificate will be displayed on the Zoom screen.
Penyerahan sertifikat yang pertama kepada Bapak Muttanachai Suttipun. Sertifikat akan ditampilkan di layar Zoom.
Baik, kami akan dokumentasikan terlebih dahulu. 1, 2, 3. The handover of the second certificate to Mrs. Dr. Agus Setiawaty. The certificate will be handed over directly by the head of Committee of Mulawarman Accounting Event 2024.
Penyerahan sertifikat yang kedua kepada Ibu Agus Setiawaty. Sertifikat akan secara langsung diberikan oleh Ketua Mulawarman Accounting Event 2024.
Of the last certificate to Mrs. Dr. Siti Afiqah Binti Zainuddin. The certificate will be displayed on the Zoom screen.
Penyerahan sertifikat yang terakhir kepada Ibu Siti Afiqah Binti Zainuddin. Sertifikat akan ditampilkan di layar Zoom.
For Mr. Abadan and Arthur Wallace, please come forward.
Agenda selanjutnya, penyerahan plakat kepada moderator yang akan diserahkan oleh Dipersilakan. Dilanjutkan dengan sesi foto bersama.
to our moderator, Mr. Muhammad Abadan Syakura, and distinguished speakers. Sincerely hope that all of us have learned and gained valuable insight throughout this conference.
Kami ucapkan terima kasih kepada moderator, Bapak Abadan Syakura, dan pemateri yang sangat luar biasa. Semoga kita semua belajar dan mendapat ilmu yang berharga melalui konferensi ini.
Okay, the next agenda is the door prize distribution. We will announce and award the door prize to the selected participant.
Agenda berikutnya adalah pembagian door prize. Kami akan mengumumkan dan memberikan hadiah door prize kepada peserta yang terpilih.
Oke, kami akan membacakan nama peserta yang terpilih yang berhak untuk menerima door prize pada hari ini. Ada 2 orang peserta yang terpilih untuk menerima door prize pada hari ini. Jeng jeng jeng. Pada penasaran nggak? Nggak ada yang penasaran? Oke. Jadi langsung aja ya kita sebut namanya. 1, 2, 3. Mela Budiono dan Firdaus. Kepada nama-nama
yang disebutkan dimohon untuk segera maju ke depan untuk menerima hadiah. Dan kepada Agus Sudah Sakif Putra, mohon untuk maju ke depan agar dapat menyerahkan hadiah.
Okay, we will continue our agendas today. The next agenda is a documentation session. We kindly ask to the all attendees to take your respective position.
Agenda selanjutnya adalah sesi foto bersama. Hadirin diharapkan untuk mengambil posisinya masing-masing. Baik, untuk panitia dimohon untuk membantu mengarahkan.
Untuk para peserta bisa berdiri dan mengambil posisi yang pas buat difoto. Para peserta mungkin bisa pada pindah ke posisi tengah dan isi di bagian depan supaya bisa kelihatan oleh kamera. ketiga. Oke, thank you semuanya.
Baik, terima kasih kepada para peserta untuk kembali ke tempatnya masing-masing.
Well, that's all for international conference with the theme Sustainable Accounting, Strengthening Foundation Toward Systemic Change in Achieving Sustainable Development Goals SDGs.
Sekian acara International Conference pada hari ini yang bertemakan Sustainable Accounting, Strengthening Foundations Towards Systemic Change in Achieving Sustainable Development Goals SDGs.
Thank you to all those who worked together to make this event a success.
Terima kasih kepada seluruh pihak yang bekerja sama dalam menyukseskan acara ini.
We will also like to thank our sponsor and our media partner for today's event.
Tak lupa kami ucapkan terima kasih kepada para sponsor dan media partner kami pada acara ini. Sponsor kami
PT Badak LNG,
Toko Ita,
Dinas Sosial dan Pemberdayaan Masyarakat Kota Samarinda,
dan Holland Bakery cabang Teluk Lerong.
Adapun media partner kami, pertama Tepian TV,
ULT Unmul,
HMJ Manajemen Unmul,
HMJ Akuntansi Polnes,
dan UKM Seni dan Kreativitas FEB Unmul. Thank you very much for your support. Please forgive us for our shortcomings. Till we meet again, perhaps in the next conference.
Mohon maaf jika ada kesalahan dalam sikap dan ucapan. Sampai jumpa lagi di konferensi selanjutnya. Kami akhiri.
Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.